Ogiso dynasty, Ogenoriso, king from heaven or king from the sky, that started that dynasty. And the three Ogisos were from Ife, Obagodo, Ere, not Ere, that people are calling it is Ere, reward, and Oriire. After these three people from Ife, other people started ruling after them, but it was not a blood kind of thing. It was not by blood ties. It was not. It was still like a democratic thing. So, but at the time it became the time of Owodo, that Owodo man, he wanted his own blood to become king. But eventually, what happened to Ekaladeran happened to Ekaladeran, and he was banished to Ugoton, and he died. That's where he passed away. He lived and passed away in Ugoton. He didn't go anywhere. In fact, Ugoton is on the way to Delta State, so it couldn't have turned back into the place where he was going to be pied to say he was going to Ife. There was no how he could have done that. So he went. So when Owodo didn't have children, Evian became the ruler because it was not a blood thing. Evian was a brother to Owodo, who was the last Ogiso. So he became the ruler or an administrator, kind of an administrator. And he wanted his own bloodline to continue that rulership. That was what caused the disturbance. That was what caused disagreement among the clans. He wanted his own bloodline to continue. So,
Ma, please.
some of those
Sorry
clans.
to interrupt. I'm very sorry to interrupt you. Before
Right.
you continue your discourse, I think Daughter has something to say, just a new person, and then we can continue with the discourse. Thank you.
D, if you don't
My
mind.
wife have something to say.
Yeah, D, if
My
you don't
wife is
mind.
here.
Yes, so
Darkman, what did you say?
Yeah, just to give you
okay,
the meaning of Asha's name.
guys.
Asha. Asha.
Guys, hold on. I have my in-law here, my mommy. She wants to say something, guys, about the Benin history. She's
Sure.
very, very, very acquainted with that.
Okay, go ahead.
Hello,
then.
everyone.
Who is that?
Sure.
Yeah, my name is Barrister Anita Okobama, and I reside in Johannesburg. Okay,
Good
I
evening.
am partially Benin. I'm a Bender girl. I hear all what you guys say. I'll just tell you one thing. Whether it's Yoruba or Benin that is the first to occupy whatever place you are arguing about, but I've just wanted to tell you, and those who understand Benin should please interpret this.
Auntie, wait first. Before you talk, wait, please. We are not arguing about who occupied.
If you are Benin, please interpret this for them.
Wait,
It looks like the network is not too.
wait.
Amira,
Hello?
let us
Wait, let me just tell her. We are not arguing about. Wait, we are not arguing about who occupied those land. We are arguing
Amira, how
about
intelligent
them
are you?
having
How intelligent are you? You keep on.
I don't know why she's stopping me because you're not getting. I've not
Ma'am.
even finished talking, and then
Ma'am,
you're not.
continue.
You must listen before you respond.
Auntie, wait. I'm just trying to tell you that we are not arguing.
No, you listen before you respond.
Oh,
Listen before you respond, my darling. Ne? Before you respond, my darling. Ne? Before you respond, my darling. Ne? and it is a known fact. The last coronation, you can go back. If go back online and check for the last coronation of Lagos, you will see what I tell you. It is right there. It was videoed, it is documented, so we can all see it. Each time a Yoruba king is being installed, great reference is given to the Benin royals too. You can ask your chiefs.
Madam Speaker,
it's on paper and it is. Yes, sir.
Madam Benin Speaker, let me interject quickly.
Oh,
you know what
yes,
you said,
I can hear you.
One thing I'll agree with you on is, I have great, admiration for the Benin culture. The way the Benin people respect their king and they hold him in very high esteem and regard. And you never find a Benin son or daughter, bad-mouthing their king anywhere. I really applaud that.
I love to draw because I think this place is not an intellectual.
You said
anytime. Whatever. So
you said anytime a Yoruba king. You said anytime a Yoruba king is being installed, there's reference to the Oba of Benin. And I don't think that is accurate. I'll tell you why. My father is a king. He's a reigning Oba. He's an Oba in Remo in Shagamu. And I can recall when it was installed, there was no reference to Oba of Benin. We can say there's a historical link between Benin and Lagos. But we shouldn't try to overestimate that link to go to the wider Yoruba. We know there's a link between Yoruba and between Lagos and Benin. But that's not about it when it comes to the history. Because you shouldn't try to retain history or rewrite history.
We are not doing saga here. We are not finding for who is more right or who is more wrong. We are looking for knowledge. Everybody wants to learn. Don't be emotional here. If you feel like you listen to somebody, okay, bring up your own facts, show us the proof, then another person counter you with proof. No emotions here. Please, the comment section, that is what we're trying to avoid. Insulting people's tribe, insulting people's, please, that's not what we are doing here. There are other lives to go and do it, where you have all those banters between each other.
But your people are already doing it. Counter-attack has been insulting me, calling me mad in the comment section.
Asa, that is what I am telling everybody. It's not. I'm not just talking
Asa, please. Sorry about that.
Moderators, are you sleeping? Moderators.
Yes.
Moderators.
Can I continue with what I was saying?
We are not sleeping, sir.
Can I continue with what I was saying? Because you didn't allow me. Now,
Sorry,
if I knew this
No,
lady
but
was
Asha, we
coming to
cannot be
sing.
hearing you, Asha.
Wait,
People are not educating us.
Guys, host, there's only
If I mute you guys, don't mute us. If you're mute, I will drop you. D, I'm coming. If you mute yourself, I will drop you. Let this speak. At least have respect for yourself. Just let her speak. She want to say something. You guys are interrupting.
I just want to say something to the host.
Go ahead.
There's only so much that we can see. There's 119 people in this live. The comments go very, very fast. So please bear that in mind. Guys, please be respectful. Thank you. It's a free discourse unless daughter's mother-in-law has finished. Oh no, actually we have two new people. So I think we should just start with the two new people, then we go around.
Please, can I just say something before the two new people we start? I just want to correct something. Daughter, the barrister that you brought in here earlier, I wasn't trying to attack her or anything. I was just trying to correct what she said, that we are fighting who was the first to inhabit the land. I was like, what we are talking about here is not about the first to inhabit land. We are just discussing like normal discussion. That was what I was
Amira, that was because we allowed the topic to go left. We allowed the topic to go left.
Wait, I'm coming. Just wait now. Let me correct myself. Wait, let me explain myself. I'm coming. That's what I was trying to tell her, that we are not here arguing about who was the first to inhabit this land, who was the first to do this. We are just educating ourselves. That's what I was trying to tell her. It's not like I'm trying to banter with her or anything. Okay. And what she also said, that the Oba of Benin is the biggest, Kingdom of Benin is the biggest in West Africa is false. It's actually the Ashanti Kingdom. The Ashanti Empire is the biggest, and in Nigeria, the Oba, the Kingdom of, of Benin, is at least number 5 or something.
She's
We
saying
have the
that's Ghana.
That
yeah. So
was
let me
Ghana,
just let
not
the
in
first people.
Nigeria.
Let the first people
I
say.
was talking as with regard.
Please,
Yeah,
we
don't
will
worry,
let you
don't worry.
speak. Okay, please.
Don't worry. Let me take control. Let me go because I think everything is turning chaotic. Madam, oh, she's gone.
She's gone. I can replace her. Don't worry. I have questions.
I really want, Madam Asha, I want you to come back on because I was enjoying your, your submission because there was quite a lot of, educative elements.
Yes,
Please, if
me
you are
too. I
still
agree.
here,
I agree with that, King. It
Madam
was very
Asha, please come
educative.
back on. Come back
It
on.
was very educative, and that's why I wanted it to be. I don't
Those are
want
the
it to
people
be.
we need on this
I
platform,
have
please.
I have a question, host. Can I ask some questions?
Okay, Olabola, yes, you're welcome. Go
All
ahead.
right. Are we allowed to say things and not prove it? And yeah, that's it. Or when we say it, we must bring proof.
To be honest, I think it's better to come with proofs, but we can't actually realistically expect everything to have a proof,
Oh,
when we're
so
discussing
maybe
on this kind of
if I
panel.
say something or anyone says something and they don't have proof to it, can we regard it as they've
No,
not really
you
been?
can debunk it, you can
You can
debunk it,
debunk it.
you
That's why
can
you have
counter
the.
it.
Yeah.
Yes, you
So
can
this is how.
counter it.
Thank you very much. Let me just make a brief submission and I would ask some questions. So it's submission, question, and then maybe submission after it. Very brief. So how it works with logic is that the person who makes the proof, sorry, the person who makes the claim, about me mute, Madam Asha. The person who makes the claim is the one who has a burden, he has a duty, has a job, not another person helping that person. No. You, go, who carry yourself and make a claim, you have many things on your neck, a lot of load on your head. You have a job to do. What is that job? You have a job to bring evidence. In discourse, in Nigerian discourse, maybe we haven't elevated our conversation to that logical height. So when I come here now, I would say something like, guys, hello, guys. And you say hello. I'm like, guys, do you know my grandmother was the first to fry dodo in West Africa? And you guys be, wow, that's a bold one. And when you kind of challenge me, and I will tell you again, no, you guys go and find the proof. No, it doesn't work that way. If I come here and I tell you my grandmother is the first to fry dodo in Africa, you have a right to be like, wow. And once you push further, I am not expected to tell you people to go and find the proof for that. Guess who must bring the proof for that? Can anyone guess who must bring the proof? It is I who must bring the proof for what I just said, if I insist to be taken seriously. I cannot insist I want to be taken seriously, and I'm still the one telling people to go and find the proof to come and help me prove what I said, or to go and find the proof to come and debunk what I said, meaning that I will sit in my bedroom or in my living room, cross my leg with my coffee, go around online and keep saying anything. You know why I go everywhere and say anything that I like? Because I know that I don't have any responsibility to prove anything I say. I would tell them to go and help me to be proving it or to be debunking me. If you can debunk me, good for you. If you cannot debunk me, don't cause problem for you today. No, we must change our method as a people. We must match with the rest of the world in terms of logic, meaning that whenever you open your mouth to make claims, you have a burden to prove it. Nobody has to help you prove it. Nobody has a burden to disprove you. They may choose to disprove you, but they don't have that duty. They can only choose to do it because they don't want people to be misled. So it is you who have a burden. It is called burden of proof. It is called onus probandi. And in fact, Yoruba people put it in a proverb. Yoruba said, I will translate for people who don't understand Yoruba. Yoruba people, they are aware of this logic It is something we use in logic and law. And I wonder, daughter of King, that lady saying she's a lawyer. In logic and law, it's called burden of proof, what is provided. Yoruba people now recognize it. They said the following. They said, ẹni tó bá ní náà ń jó lórí omi, àbí tí n bá sọ fún yín pé náà ń jó lórí omi, ẹ sọ fún mi pé kí n lọ ṣe kí ni, kí n lọ kó eérú ẹ̀ wá. What does it mean? Yoruba people said, if I come in here now and tell all of you here that, hey guys, there is a water body somewhere, fire is burning on that water. Fire is burning heavily on the water, is burning. I am the one making the claim. I'm the one telling you. Yoruba people say, now that person will talk am. Now him they must tell, make it go bring the ashes to prove it. Not you telling the audience to go and help you prove it. When they ask me, oh, that's not true, and I'll now tell you, you go and prove it now. You go and look for the ashes of the... No, it is I who must bring the ashes for you. So I thought I should highlight that very important part that we are still missing as a people when we have conversations in Nigeria. So that's the first thing. Number 2, the lawyer, which I doubt respectfully. Stephanie, can you help me mute? Thank you.
What's the meaning of this? What's the meaning of this?
Who's that? Please, who's that?
You will click it and disconnect.
I'm just surprised at you guys. Is this platform for fighting, or we are learning history?
Doing that nonsense.
No, to be honest, I haven't punched anybody. We're just like pointing things out, what we must do, how we must be responsible as a people. So knowledge. If we let any information slide, just say anything you like, nobody must question it, then we are fighting. We are fighting knowledge.
Okay, Olabola, would you say that?
Sorry,
don't interrupt the host.
No, I'm not interrupting the host. It's you I'm talking to.
May I say something? I'm asking.
No, one person. I really can't deal with.
Please, let me just ask him this question. Please. You said, is she a lawyer? You asked her. Would you say you don't have evidence to say she's a lawyer? Well, you are talking about evidence, a lot of evidence.
Yeah, evidence.
I don't care about the lawyer part. Let's not go into lawyer. I beg. That one. Okay. When we are talking like something, we're talking about a building. Now you know the one grain of sand in the compound. Like this grain of sand in this compound. We're talking the building. Let's not distract. So the point here is this. You said,
guys, sorry. Whatever you guys we are here for. We are here to educate ourselves, not to fight. So anyway, what she's saying here, she said she wants to prove whatever she was saying here. She has proof to back up whatever she was saying. So I'm not here to fight, please. We are not here to fight. We're just here to educate each other. So if you allow us, we can prove whatever we are saying.
We already know nobody's fighting. The only reason why it feels like fighting, is because I'm demanding for evidence. So if you
I'm just when you guys are talking, it's like we are now fighting each other.
Oh my God!
You guys are now fighting each other for whatever people have.
No, the daughter of King, listen attentively.
We are not fighting, daughter of King.
If you make it clear,
sorry to come in. I am being a lawyer is in dispute. If you want me to prove that,
don't worry about
please,
that.
No, I'm online, sir. I'm online. Would you please give me audience?
Don't worry, let me finish. Yeah, no, that's not the point here. We don't want to make it about.
I heard you say.
Okay, you are a magistrate.
I don't like people. I don't like people who don't.
You can prove.
You are a magistrate. Okay, so let's leave it and go back to. When people hold on to the side things, it feels like they are trying to run away from the actual discourse. You are the greatest lawyer in the world. Okay, so
Olabola, do you want her to bring?
Okay, it's fine, guys.
Relax, Joshua.
It's fine. I just wanted her to add something.
I know how to
whatever the history is saying. But it looks like you guys are not welcome.
They are fighting.
Relax. Nobody is fighting. So
both
is wrong. If you are educating
people who are fighting now.
They telling you guys to relax. Like if we get to you, just let the guy finish. Then you can bring your proof. Is that too much to ask? Just let him finish with his points. Then you can bring your proof. Just calm down. But you're saying no, they don't want you to. Did anybody say you should not talk? They say wait, somebody is speaking. Once he's done, you can bring your proof. Nobody is forcing you not to bring your proof. Calm down. You will bring your proof. Just calm down. That's what we are saying. Let the Ola finish. Once Ola is done, you bring your proof. That's what we are saying. We already give you the big scream. But just wait, let this guy be done with whatever he's saying. Then you show us your proof. This floor is yours already. We gave you the big scream. But wait. Very soon the boy will round up.
Boy, bow.
Ola, finish with what you are saying,
Uh,
please, Ola.
sorry, we are leaving. Thank you so much for giving us the platform.
Yeah, thank you.
Don't leave. Bring your evidence. Why are you leaving? Don't leave. Wait. You bring your evidence. Ola, is your turn, please. Continue with what you are saying. After you are done, then daughter of King will bring her evidence.
She said that it's even on Wikipedia.
Yes.
All those things is written on what? A
It's-
Nigerian
Yes,
history
the
book.
Benin history book, yeah.
Yeah, the Benin history
Don't
book.
type what you want to
is
say while
there.
I'm still talking. It's still my time. These people, why do Benin people behave like this now?
Oh no, sorry
Ola,
guys,
hold
sorry.
on,
Bye.
Why do Yoruba people not? Why do Yoruba people not have
Guys,
decent
wait,
people?
everybody calm down. Everybody calm down. You know, this is an intellectual discourse. You know, we're not going to let it degenerate into something else that it shouldn't be.
King, please, you
This is
need to
not what
caution
this
Ola.
platform is. You know,
Wait,
this
King.
platform is
I'm not Bini, but you need to caution Ola. Would you not say anybody
yes,
like
yes.
why
We
do
need, we
Yoruba
need to
people?
we need to be careful of with those
Please,
triggering words.
please.
Ola, but
Those
I'm
words
sure,
belongs. If you want to do saga,
but
go to
I'm sure this
saga.
is your first time on this platform, so maybe you might not be familiar with the way we run things here. You know, we don't entertain those kind of triggering words. Please don't direct any insults towards any particular people or anybody, please.
Okay, so Benin as a people, we should respect Benin as a people. Don't use direct words. Me, I am an ethnic group on my own in my mind. Don't interrupt me. Don't disrespect me. If you do it, don't also tell me what to disrespect. That's my own. Amira, can you mute, please? So what I'm saying here is this. Always watch out for when people are responding to disrespect. That's what I think people do. We don't catch the first one, the first disrespect, we let it go. But when the other person responds to that disrespect, we quickly jump up and say, oh, wait, you must not. I am only responding to someone who has been continuously interrupting me and cutting me and doing everything. It's frustrating. It is disrespectful. Disrespect is disrespect. We must not say one is fine. We will talk slowly at that one, but the other one will talk harshly at it. So that's my point. When I requested for proof, if you make a statement and I request for proof, everybody here who has a sane mind know that that is not fighting. Joshua said, I am the richest in the world, for example. And I say, what's the proof? And Joshua said, why are you fighting me? No, nobody is fighting you. We are only trying to ask for proof so that we don't pass on wrong information. If we keep quiet and not ask for proof, then we are fighting knowledge because we want ignorance to dominate. If I come here and tell you something about myself or make a claim about Ife or Oyo that is bogus, and people ask me for proof, and I shout, why are you fighting me? I'm being delusional because they are not fighting me. They are only asking me for proof. If they keep quiet and let that thing slide, they are probably fighting knowledge because they want ignorance to dominate. So asking for proof is just very valid. And I would ask, and I'll quickly touch on the points and then round up. She said, oh, Benin Kingdom is the first kingdom to be founded in this one in the whole of Nigeria. Ladies and gentlemen, these things are simple. They are basic primary 3, primary 5 mathematics. How do you know what the answer is? Just ask or type it yourself. What year was Benin Kingdom founded? And the answer to that thing will be a particular number. Write that number somewhere. Don't let it get lost. And then go to maybe Ife, for example. What year was Ife Kingdom founded? Write that number somewhere. Don't let it get lost. What do you do with the two numbers? You compare number and number. Numbers don't lie. You can hate the answer. You can cry. You can do everything. But, well, the number is there. It's so hard. It's staring hard at you. That's it. Oh, Dahomey. Even Dahomey can be older than some place. When did Dahomey that is founded? Dahomey that was founded maybe in the 1700. You're comparing that with the Yoruba kingdoms. So you can basically ask for the dates. You don't have to know the date offhand though, because I'm not saying everybody has cramped it. You can Google it. It will give you several results. Of all the results, select the dependable one. Don't select the blog. Select the dependable one like Britannica. If the result is in your favor, you will say that's fine. You can see. If the result is not in your favor, you will say, oh, these people hate me. They are writing wrong result. Let's not do it that way. Whether the result is in your favor or not in your favor, look for a dependable source and select the number. Do the same for Ife and compare the answers. You would find that one is older than the other. It's so simple. And I'll wrap it up. Notice what I'm doing now. This is how to bring proof. Benin Kingdom was founded as a kingdom starting with Eweka in the 1200, and then Ife Kingdom as a united kingdom, united one in Ife around the year 1000, already 200 years gap. But even if you scratch everything I just said and go to Ogiso, your Ogiso was not founded in 40 BC that is found in Wikipedia. Even the Yoruba of Benin in his red book, he said that 40 BC is a big lie. So what do experts say about the founding of Ogiso? They said the Ogiso Kingdom was founded in 1000 AD, circa 1000. What about Ife? When were the kingdoms in Ife, not the united one, no, kingdoms in Ife, when was it founded? Sometimes in about the hundreds BC, 300 to 500 BC. It passed each other. What have I just done now? I've reduced the conversation to numbers, to objective reality that you cannot fight with. You can only hate it. You can only feel sad about it, but you can't really fight it. Now I'm going to now play something now. Notice what I'm doing. After talking, I'm bringing evidence. This is what I said we must elevate our conversations to. And I did not say anybody is fighting me because I brought evidence. I only know it that that's the right thing to do, to be a responsible person. So I'm going to play a video for us now to listen to something about Benin, because she mentioned that all over the world, they know these facts about Benin Kingdom. They know it. So let's see what they say all over the world now. We will hear it ourselves. Give me 1 second. All over the world.
European experts might argue about the origin of this superb technique, but to the Bini, there is no mystery.
Okay, to give context. So they're talking about the technique of bronze casting in Benin. That's what these people all over the world, this documentary that was shot in Benin Kingdom, collecting information from Benin and then published by the British Museum. What do they say about the bronze casting of Benin? They're about to talk now. Remember, I'm going here only because she mentioned all over the world in the UK. So let's not come back and say, oh, they hate us all over the world. They hate Benin. We can't do that. That's too late because we already referenced to all over the world because we already thought they love us. So let's hear what they say. So bronze casting of Benin, where did it come from?
European experts might argue about the origin of this superb technique, but to the Bini, there is no mystery. Their traditions state that it was taught to them by bronze casters from the sacred city of Ife, to which the kings of Benin paid homage.
I'm going to say, it says, European experts might argue about the origin of the superb technique. That is to say, Europeans might be debating, like, where did the Beninese learn this from? I don't think they learned it from Africa. Maybe they learned it from Europe. The European experts might argue about the origin of the superb technique. That's the Europeans arguing amongst themselves. But to the Benin people, it's nothing to argue about. It's no mystery. But to the Benin, there is no mystery. Why is it no mystery to the Beninese? It continues to say, their tradition. Whose tradition? The European tradition? No. Benin people's tradition. Their tradition tells them that it was taught to them, that technique of bronze casting was taught to them by bronze casters from the sacred city of Ife. Yeah, this was the result of the field work in Benin that was put into that documentary. Remember, all over the world, they know us. They know we are the number one. That's why we are referring. Can you mute? Somebody's about to be triggered. Can you mute that person? Thank you. Both help me. Thank you. All over the world, I'm referring to that all over the world because it was brought up by somebody. So European experts might argue about the origin of the superb technique, but to the Benin, there is no mystery. Their tradition tells them that it was taught to them by bronze casters from the sacred city of Ife. And it did not end there. It continues, said, to which the kings of Benin paid homage. That is that same Ife that the kings of Benin paid homage. That's the one we're talking about. So I'm going to play it one last time so that we can hear it in full by ourselves. No.
Sorry, can I ask question?
You are going to mute. I know what you're trying to do. You're trying to say people will not hear. People will not. You will hear. Mute, please. Thank you. Yeah. You will, until you mute, I will not continue. Host will mute you. Host, please help mute him. If the evidence I'm bringing is too much, you guys can angrily drop me. That's also fine.
No, but you're not making sense now. You're not making sense.
Can you take control of your room?
You guys, only Olabola should be speaking now. Everybody will get their own turn, please. Olabola is the only one that should be speaking. Thank you.
European experts might argue about the origin of this superb technique, but to the Bini, there is no mystery. Their traditions state that it was taught to them by bronze casters from the sacred city of Ife, to which the kings of Benin paid homage.
All right.
This little figure was dug up in the palace in Benin, but from the regalia on its chest, it can be recognized as an image of the Oni of Ife in full ceremonial robes. And exactly the same regalia is modeled on one of the bronzes that was found in Ife itself.
So we have listened to what they have to say all over the world. All over the world, in quotes, as he used it, they know that Benin is number one, but the evidence is saying the opposite now. When we listen to all over the world, they said that bronze casting of Benin was taught from Ife. They said that the kings of Benin paid homage to Ife. And they said that when they dug the palace of Benin, they brought out an ancient bronze of an Oni of Ife. Meaning that in those days, the Benin Palace used to have the Oni of Ife's bronze stationed in his own palace. The same way a governor would have the portrait of the president in his own office. And not the other way around. The oldest kingdom is not Benin. How do we know? The numbers, number. You can choose emotions, but I know most sane people are going to choose numbers. And also we've seen that also they pay homage to Ife. Ife is the supreme. Thanks. I'll come back next in my next submission to respond to whatever she has to say.
Okay. King, can I ask a question, King?
Yes, Joshua, go ahead.
Okay. Olabola, thank you for your submission and putting, should I say, come to an educative submission. You know, obviously, you did not just bring a submission based on emotion. But you said a word that I do not really understand. You said, let's not let somebody prove facts for us. And you are giving us facts from a white person telling you what he heard. So that's why I'm worried about your own evidence per se, but I understand you brought everything, you know, that you could bring evidence. You're not just talking, and you're not talking about, you're not talking from a point of emotions. So I respect that, but your own evidence have flaws because it's hearsay, it's opinions, right? So that's my own question for you.
To say? Is that the question?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I think
Let me respond to the question.
second one. Please let me.
Joshua, did you ask Rocky that question or you asked me?
Rocky, wait first. Make it just answer me, please. Let him just answer, please.
Okay, so it was me you asked. All right. So notice what we do here. I'm familiar with this. So it happens like this. Let me put two characters. So one character from Benin will say things like, all over the world, even the white people, they know that we're the number one. Who said white people? The Benin person. The Benin person thinks that, oh, if I say white people, these are neutral observers. They are not Yoruba. Because Yorubas, they might say something else. Obviously, they will support the Yoruba view. If I say Benin, of course, a Benin source will support the Benin view. So what I will do is that I will say independent observers who are not Yoruba. So you cannot complain that they hate you because they are Yoruba. So they are the independent observers coming to say this. She brought it up. She brought white people. You remember when she said all over the world, even in the UK? Yes, you remember. She said it. So what we are just doing is to refer to that thing that she said, those people, and hear whether that is an accurate statement or not. And what did we find? We hear them saying the direct opposite. So when I said bring evidence, I'm not saying the evidence must be you yourself. In court, when you make a claim, you are not the proof of your own claim. Witnesses are somebody independent of you. But when they say bring your evidence or bring your witness, you are not using the person you are making allegation. For example, if you tell me I stole your fowl in court, Joshua said, Olabola, you stole my fowl. After you've said that, you, Joshua, now insist that it is the same Olabola that must help you to prove that claim. That's what I'm saying is illogical. That is illogical. So you cannot accuse me or make a claim that impacts me somehow and still rely on me that I must help you prove it. That would be like you are behaving like Peter Obi, making a claim against Tinubu and still insisting that it is Tinubu that must help him prove it. Tinubu party and his INEC. If you make a claim against INEC, it's not INEC that will help you prove it. It is you who must prove it somehow. Bring your evidence. So I am not the one to help you prove that claim. You can then bring a third party as your proof, but not me. So if you tell us here that Benin is the greatest kingdom in Nigeria, you are telling all of us. And we are saying, what is the proof? You are now pointing to that all of us to go and find it by ourselves. It doesn't work that way. It is you who must bring it from somewhere. So you cannot use yourself like, oh no, I am the proof of the statement. Because I'm saying it, I'm already the proof. It doesn't work. Neither can you tell us to go and help you do the work. You cannot tell us. You must bring independent sources. That independent sources can even be Benin. I will not argue you too much unless we can see why that is not correct. But it is better that you even pointed out where we must go. You said all over the world in the UK. Now him point us to where we must go. Fair enough. That is why I refer to that place she directed us to. Make sense now? Yes, makes sense. Thank you. So yeah, they do not. The color of the skin of the person does not really change. Sorry. One last thing. Sorry, Rocky. Rocky, I know how you feel. Just me. So the color of the skin of that person does not matter, especially when she's the one relying on them, saying we must use them. The color doesn't matter. So if that person changes his color from white to black, everything he says would now suddenly be true. That's not how it works. In fact, if you don't like the white color, I can actually read from somebody who's
No, you don't need to do
No, don't worry. You don't need
you want me to
to
show you somebody whose skin color is black who said the same thing?
Don't worry, Olabola. Let's
Benin?
listen to somebody else.
Okay, thank you.
Please, I just want to say something.
No, Amira, wait, Amira. I think somebody else wanted to ask Olabola a question.
Yeah, it's me.
Yes, yes, go ahead, Rocky.
Okay. If we look at the evidence, the references were about bronze casting. And bronze casting, an empire source for resources within everywhere in they can. So references to bronze casting is not what we are asking. What we want to establish is who started the stew, the Obaship in Benin, and whether then the link between the Oba and the Yorubas and the Ile-Ife. And you are not giving us answers to that. Broadcasting, you can, any subject within the space, small tribes that can cast bronze will be summoned to the palace as the best broadcasters within the and they will be reverend. So I don't see any link between that and what the evidence you are showing us.
So you didn't hear, please, Olabola, let me answer to that.
Okay.
You didn't hear what was said in that audio.
That's not enough proof. That's not enough proof.
Okay, all the things I said before you people brought somebody to come and sing. What was that?
So if you say that's not enough proof, I want you to, as you are muted, take your pen and list what you will consider to be enough proof. For example, you are saying bronze casting, that they learned the skill the Yorubas taught them is not enough, that Yoruba is great. Guess what you will do? Reverse it as you are here with me. Reverse something now. I want you to think of if it was the Beninese that taught Yoruba broadcasting, would you say Benin is not greater? Of course, you will say it's greater. So when you hold different conclusion from the same standards, that is called bias, grand bias. So you learned your broadcasting skills from the Yorubas, but Yoruba is the one that is the younger. But that's not even all the point that I made. That's just one bit. I said 3 things. You're focusing on one. So if I said 3 things and you use all your teeth to bite one of the 3, you can't even bite it. But let's say you bite it successfully. What about the remaining 2? So what are those remaining 2? I said the numbers don't lie. When was your Benin kingdom founded by the Eweka dynasty? That Eweka dynasty. When? Somebody put it here, 1200. That number, Joshua, write it with a pen somewhere and be staring at it. If you write it, it won't fly away. After you've done that for Benin, let's go to Ife. When was the Ife kingdom united as one kingdom? They have different kings before, but as one kingdom, 1000 AD. Now, I want you to do something for me, Joshua. It's something we've done in school before, in primary school. 1000 and 1200, which one is earlier? The answer is 1000. Ife is earlier. What have I just done? I have reduced it from emotions to numbers. And from numbers, we can't do anything. We break down. We have to face it.
Olabola, we know the mathematics of this.
Hold on. You can do it. I know you can do this. Joshua, I know you can do this. Joshua, I believe you still.
Hold on.
Joshua, I believe you very much. I believe you so much.
Olabola, I just came up to ask you one
Who
question.
is giving you the numbers? Who gave the numbers?
Hold on,
Who gave the numbers? No, you have talked too much. We don't want to listen to
You
you.
guys, everybody calm down.
Sorry,
We don't want to listen to you again.
Calm down.
Okay, I will support Benin. I will support Benin now.
No, don't support Bini Olabola.
No, let me quickly ask Olabola question.
No.
It's about bronze.
Madam,
I want to ask her question.
Don't do that.
Madam, please, just keep quiet. Your turn. Everything is turning into chaos.
Everybody can have
What
their
is bronze?
Everybody can have
you guys calm down. Everybody calm down.
So somebody asked me,
sorry, let me go
answering. Another person wants to ask me when I'm not done.
Calm down, everybody. Calm down, everybody. Okay, calm down. Only Olabala should be speaking right now.
Calm down, please.
We'll
So
let you
I'm
speak when
answering.
is your turn.
Yeah.
Joshua, are you satisfied with his response to your question?
I was not done. I just.
Joshua is not the one who asked me a question. It is Rocky.
Was it Rocky TV?
Let me just wrap it up.
No, he haven't.
Okay,
I know the question. Don't worry. I know the question already.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you for saying I haven't. So 3 things I made. It said it's only one you can attack. Well, let's even say of those 3, let's say you attacked one of them successfully. I'm not saying you attacked it successfully. I'm saying let's pretend you did successfully. You have 2 things staring at you. So when you're playing a football match, when you concede 2 goals and you score 1 goal, you lost. But guess what? You did not even attack that one successfully. So it's actually 3-0. So I would reiterate it very fast now. Number 1, you learned the art of bronze casting. You are saying learning it does not mean anything. No, learning it means something. That's one of the greatest things you are proud of. Somebody else has been doing it before you and they taught you. So that's number 1. Number 2, the dating of the kingdom. Go and ask all your Benin sources. When did the Benin kingdom start? Don't even ask me. Ask your sources. The academic sources, the traditional sources who did not go to any school. Anybody, go and ask them. They will tell you around circa 1200. Ife had one united kingdom 2 centuries earlier. So what do you do now? We've reduced it to numbers. You would hate on the numbers, but you can't change the numbers. So Ife was older. That's point number 2. And the third point, in that audio, he did not stop at bronze. He said, you learned the art of bronze casting from Ife. And then he continued. He said, this Ife is the place to which your king in Benin paid homage. In simple English, in case we don't understand, he's saying the Benin kings, they pay homage to that place called Ife. How would you find you are the one that established a place called Ife? After establishing it, you now go and start paying homage to your children, paying homage. It doesn't work like that to anybody who has one brain cell at least. What it means is what it means. That thing that you're not happy with is what it means. It means that for you to be paying homage, they are the father. In bronze casting, in the earlier founded kingdom, bronze casting, we've seen it. The date of the foundation, we've seen it. The homage you pay, we've heard it. Why am I referring to this source, this Oyinbo source? Because somebody said I should refer to it. Who? The Benin person. He said we must refer to what other people in the world said, and that's why I'm referring to them. If you want me to change later and refer to people whose skin is black in Benin, I will do that again and prove the same thing. Thank you.
Okay, please, can I quickly ask a
Wait,
question?
madam, please.
No, you can't quickly ask a question.
I'm sorry. I will
madam,
drop
please.
now.
Hold on,
I just want to
Madam,
Please,
please.
I'm begging for just
Madam,
a question. I will drop
You're not the
it.
princess.
We just
Why you
come
begging?
now. Mo we do an orderly. I beg, no be fight. We are not
Madam,
fighting.
please, I beg. We go still
I'm
do
not
your
fighting. So that she can, Olabola can just answer and another person will ask. Is in line with the bronze casting or something. I want to just ask. I just want to
King,
ask
let her
him
ask the
this,
question.
and I will
This is in line
come
with the
down.
bronze
It's just
casting.
one question. That's all. Please allow me. Okay. Olabola, you said we learned Rookie TV. We did not learn broadcasting from the Euro. I mean from Ileife. Sorry, let me refer to Ileife, not to the Yoruba. Ileife. So you said we learn Benin learned broadcasting from Ileife. Can you tell me today the broadcasters in Ile-Ife, where is located? Where, I mean, by now they should have a broadcaster guild like we have in Benin. We have where our one is located is as old as forever. So you will tell me where they are located right now in the present day Ile-Ife. You will tell me how you will take us there if you have the picture or whatever. You will tell us how they taught us, where they taught us, where are they coming? Because I have had evidence that they also come to Benin to do their casting up till date. So that means there is no one place in Ile-Ife where bronze are being casted. Why is it that you that taught us bronze casting, there is no one? Excuse me, let me just drop my question. Then you can attack later. Why is it that there is no place in Ile-Ife where broadcasters are or located, or there are no broadcaster history trace back to Ile-Ife? If you want to talk about broadcasting, you have to mention Benin, the great Benin Empire. See, Olabola, you can fight it from now till tomorrow. You can bring a white person to come and say all sort of gibberish, because how can a white person will say, if you are he was not given the script that he read, he will say Benin pay homage to. Please, it is not done, it is not factual. Whatever you are presenting here, all the Benin here, or whatever Yoruba and whoever that is here, Olabola is not factual. He's just trying to paint things. I just want you to answer this. Where are the broadcasters? I'm sorry for the insult. I'm sorry for it, but he has subtle insult us since. If you look at Olabola and his submission, he's always putting subtle insult in his submission. So I don't think I'm sorry about that. So if you have to tell us where broadcasters are located in the present day Ile-Ife, and if you go to Benin, I'll tell you in Benin broadcasters are located.
It's okay. You keep on asking the same question over and over again.
Fine.
Let him answer, please.
Okay,
you have asked the question.
You can answer.
Let him answer.
You can answer that question, but you cannot change the fact that the great Benin Empire in Nigeria, where you like it. But see, you can cry for nothing tomorrow. It will not change.
The one that will keep crying because you don't have sense.
Hold on, everybody mute, guys. I just wanted to remind everybody that this is not one of those toxic, platforms. We are not bantering South Africans here. We are talking to our brothers and sisters. We are only trying to have an intellectual discussion. Please don't let us resort to name calling, insults. We don't need all that. We can argue intellectually without resorting to name calling and insults. So guys, let's be orderly. Let's show good examples of Nigerians.
Please do not belittle any tribe.
Yes.
Do not belittle any tribe.
Yes, I'm a Yoruba man, but this is not a Yoruba
does not make you better than an Edo man or an Igbo man.
So guys, we can make our submissions without any subtle insults. Please, we don't need to resort to any. We can argue intellectually. Come with facts. Ask questions. We don't need it to make it personal.
We need short answers, not too
Also,
educating
King,
us.
please, you know, is
Am I
Rookie
allowed to
after
answer?
Rookie is
Am I allowed to answer the question you asked me?
Buffoon.
Okay, that's true. I forgot somebody asked the question. I think she's dropped now.
Make
I
your
think she
I'm
answer.
dropped.
from
Yes, please
Benin.
answer her.
I'm sorry to interrupt you.
No,
I'm
no,
from
no, 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 no.
Benin.
Idri Godomegodo, she didn't ask you.
I'm
I
from
remember when she
Benin.
was asking, she said, I want to ask Olabola. She didn't say, I want to ask Idri Godomegodo. So the answer to that
I think
question.
she was making reference to Ile-Ife not having proper
Yeah, no, I heard the question. I heard the
yes,
question.
yes, yes. Because even
So,
I have a video of the former Oni Adesoji Aderemi when he was displaying all the artifacts and speaking to local all these blacksmiths and all that. So we have that on record as well. Anyway, you can respond. You can respond to her.
okay. So the first thing she said is that, Olabola, you said that Ife taught us. Everybody here can testify that I was not the one who said it. I played an audio. That person talking and my voice, they are not the same thing. I promise you. That's not me. It's called evidence. And I use that person because a Benin person directed us that is whom we must use. That person said, if you tell me a Yoruba person, if you play me a video of a Yoruba person saying they taught us, I will not agree. But you must give me somebody
But
independent.
can
That's
can
why.
I ask something?
Hold on.
Why
You can
is only
control
one person
yourself.
speaking on this platform?
You can control it. Because they keep asking me questions. That's why.
Why is only one person
No,
speaking on
no,
this
it's a
platform?
reference. It's
Why?
a reference. It's not a question. So don't answer.
I should not answer it.
Another
This
person,
one is afraid
please.
of
Yeah.
this one is afraid of my answer. So I will answer it. Don't worry. You want misinformation. So
Another person should talk.
you are
We
fighting
have
knowledge.
tired.
You are
Can you
fighting
give?
knowledge now.
Wait, just let him answer. Ola, make your answer brief, please. Make it fast and brief, okay? Thank you. You can answer.
All right. So I did not make that I did not say it. The evidence said it, and she directed me on what evidence to use, and I used that evidence she said I should use. Independent,
But I'm
not
even
hers.
ahead of you. Your own is this is your own. This is mine.
What's going on? So number
I
two
want
is
to
that
take
what
evidence and give you. Are there talking?
why is
What are
Joshua
you?
not telling this woman to stop?
Madam Anita,
Amazon,
okay,
please,
you're
Amazon.
muted.
I beg. Please, let's make this panel. We are
wait,
educating ourselves. We are not fighting here. It's just
Nobody's
education.
fighting.
We are not saying any tribe is better than any tribe. That's, if you see it, the controversy surrounding Benin and Yoruba origin. It's not is Benin or is Yoruba better than Benin? That's not the topic. We are not trying to fight who's better or who is lesser, please. We just want to understand history from everybody's perspective. Please. Thank you.
All right. So
Joshua, you're speaking well.
all right. So having said that, the evidence is not me. I can't be the evidence to myself. And the place where they cast, they still have the compound till date, even though the casting has stopped in the 1400s.
Okay, that's good. Now we know.
Can you
Let if a
relax?
cast go.
See, relax.
Please,
Stop being
are
afraid.
there people to monitor this?
Host, if somebody is, I don't understand
Ola,
this.
but like, just speak.
No,
You
there
have
is no
like
way I can
2 minutes
speak.
left. Just
So
speak.
what you're no, I can't
Ola,
speak when people are
sorry.
talking.
Ola, this will be the last time. Nobody
Talk
will interrupt
fast.
you
Talk
again.
No, I
fast.
can't
Nobody
talk
will
fast
interrupt you.
because there is somebody misbehaving. It doesn't work
Ola,
that way. I
Ola,
can't talk.
sorry, no go.
Yes, but make your
No
submission
vex,
brief.
no
No,
You're
the only
vex.
just
reason why
asking
I'm
question. You're not
talking,
making a
the only
submission.
reason why
So
I'm
make
still talking right now, the only reason is because I keep getting interrupted. That's the only reason. So don't be
okay,
deluded.
just go ahead. Nobody will interrupt you. But
Yeah.
2 minutes, please.
Okay. And I think you're being hostile. Is there any reason why you're feeling hostile? Yeah. So anyway, and people are saying you should keep quiet in the comment, Amira. So the compound is called Kilotinpe Asude compound. They cast bronzes. There's a remnant of the casting family there. And you might wonder why it's just not so pronounced. It's because casting ended wholesale in the 1400s. 600 years ago, that's when it ended. If something ended wholesale 600 years ago, you should praise them for still having remnants of it 600 years later. Guess when casting ended in Benin? It ended only in the 1890s because when we ended our own, they have not started in Benin. That's perspective. When we ended casting in Ife, 1400, Benin had not started. It's just about to pick up. So meaning that something ended 600 years ago, around when you were just about to start your own. Your own ended barely 100 years ago. Now your own end. My own ended 600 years ago. Your own ended 100 years ago. If you check the same time, 2025, there is still more traces in your place than there is traces in my place, because your own just ended 1 minute ago. My own ended 7 years ago, for example. But we still have the family compounds, e.g. Asude compound. And there are other compounds too. I don't want to get into it to let them get prepared, but I've given the answer to that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Olabola. I think Asha was meant to say something.
Yes, Asha should not give submission. She just want to respond to something. Then after I respond,
Somebody said
I
show us
think it is
reference, but I
okay.
will not show them because you will not allow me. I can show them reference later. So you heard me, you in the...
Olaba, just wait, please. Asa, is your turn.
Asha is not Asha. Asha.
It's not Asha, it's Asha.
Amira, am I allowed to give you some coin and send you some gift? Is that okay? Amira?
Yeah, thank you.
No, okay, I
Thank
will
you
not
very
give you.
much. Thank you.
Don't forget the host though. Don't
Thank you. You must give
don't
me.
only
You
give
must
fine
give
girls
me.
though. I know say I know fine, but don't forget the host. Okay, Asha, you can go ahead, Asha.
Is she there?
I want them to do your Asha, is your turn.
Asha, are you there with us?
Rocky. I think Rocky should speak. Maybe Asha is not around. Rocky. Guys, thank for the roses. Rocky.
Thank you,
Rocky
JB. Thank
TV.
you for the gift. We appreciate it here.
Rocky TV. Rocky TV. Asa, Abi Asha. Asa. I cannot pronounce it. I'm sorry. I'm not
Asha.
Asa.
No.
Okay, I'm here.
Asha.
I'm here.
I am speaking already, and somebody muted me.
No, your network was not. You were unmuted.
It
Oh,
wasn't network.
Yeah, it has to be
It
your
wasn't because
network.
it didn't
we were
show any
muted. We were
red.
muted.
All
It's
right, let me
your
correct an impression. We said this is an intellectual discussion. And then somebody was speaking, you brought in somebody who came to sing. How does that look like intellectual discussion when we were not doing musical concert? I think if we truly want to learn, then there's a way to organize such discussion. We allow intellect to take the front burner. But let me just correct that and go to what I want to say. Now, that woman, I'm going to respond to what that woman said. She sang a song, and I was just wondering, I was laughing that does she think that the Yorubas do not have such songs or such panegyrics to prove that it was a dynasty of Ife that gave birth to Benin? Now I'm going to prove these things to you from the panegyric of the Oba of Benin. I'm going to bring out, now you sang Edo Sayagba, Edo Odion, you sang that song. Now let me sing, before I go to the panegyric of the Oba of Benin, let me also sing the anthem of Ife. Ile Ife, Orírun ayé, Ilẹ̀ Odùduwà, Bàbá Yorùbá. Do you know, let me translate that song for you. That song says, Ile Ife, the source of the whole world. That is where the whole world originated from. The land of Oduduwa, the progenitor of the Yorubas. So if you think you have a song that proves that your Benin is the best in the world like you claimed, we also have a song that proves, why are you like this? We also have a song that proves that Ile-Ife was the cradle of world civilization. You know, today, some scholars like Oleshonika will say the cradle of black civilization, but actually from that song, it says Ile-Ife is the cradle of world civilization. So we have such a song, but I'm not going to stop with that song. Let's go to the level of panegyric. Now let's go to the panegyric of the Oba of Benin. The panegyric of the Oba of Benin calls him Okunrin Meta. Okunrin Meta, that is a man that is like three men. Now that Okunrin Meta is a Yoruba word that means three men. Why do we have a Yoruba word in the panegyric of the Oba of Benin? Now that panegyric calls the Oba of Benin Ovi Adimula. Ovi Adimula, that is the son or the child of Adimula of Ife. The child of Adimula of Ife. Do you know who the Yorubas called Adimula? That's Oduduwa. Now, Benis will come around and tell you that it is not the Ife of today. It is that their own Uhe is in Kogi State. But in that panegyric, it is saying it is the Adimula Oduduwa of Ife, our own Ife. Can you show us any Adimula or any Oduduwa that is from that Uhe in Kogi State, that Ife or Mala? Can you show us any Oduduwa from there? No Oduduwa from there. That's number two. In that panegyric of the Oba of Benin, it says he is the son of the owner of the Ada and Iben. The Ada and Iben, the owner. What is that one telling us? That one is telling us that the Ada and Iben, it was Oduduwa that was the owner. Why would the panegyric of the Oba of Benin say Ovi Adimula Oduduwa Nuhe? Why would the panegyric say Okunrin Meta, a Yoruba word form that means three men in one? Why would the panegyric say that he is the son of the owner of the Ada and Eben? Who is that owner? Look at the progression of that panegyric. Look at the progression. Okunrin Meta, the son of Adimula of Uwe, the rich man of Uwe. And then the owner. Who is that owner? The owner of that Ada and Eben was Oduduwa. Olofin Otete. He was the owner of that Ada and Eben. And that's so from his panegyric alone, it already proves that he's a descendant of Oduduwa and not now. Let's leave it like that. Now let's go to the panegyric of Oduduwa himself. I'm going to give you some of the panegyrics of Oduduwa. The panegyric of Oduduwa calls Oduduwa because in panegyric culture in Yoruba land, panegyric can be used to trace your ancestry to where you are coming from. So you can trace the Oba of Benin's ancestry through his panegyric, that he came from the Yoruba people, not the other way around. Now let's look at the panegyric of Oduduwa. Oduduwa is called Oduduwa Atenworo. Do you know the meaning of Atenworo? The one who came down with a chain. The one who came down with a chain. Odudu Olofin Otete, that is the one who has the Ofin in Ife. Some people says Ofin has to do with, excuse me now, Ofin has to do with the law. So it means the owner of the law or the administrator of the law in Ife. Eat my rice. I'm glad you it. Now, if the panegyric of Oduduwa is saying that, now in that panegyric it also says that Oduduwa ní ọjọ́ tó fẹ́ lọ lè jẹ orè ilé bàbá rẹ̀, wọ́n dífá fún Oduduwa lọ́jọ́ tó fẹ́ lè lọ jẹ orè bàbá rẹ̀ ní ìlú Ìwọ̀n-Àràngún. Please, they said they made divination for Oduduwa when he was going to become, or when he was going to take over the throne of his father. The man from Ilu Iwara, the man from Ilu Iwaragu, how does Iwaragu, how does it look like Igodomigodo? That is what is, I'm quoting from Oduifa now, I'm quoting from Oduifa. That is the religious and philosophical whatever of the Yoruba people. That's what I'm quoting from. So please, can Bini people come up? Because this woman came to sing to us. Edo this one, Edo Sayagban. Now, I have just sung a song for you from Ife. That also shows that Ife is the cradle of what civilization. So it is not only you that have songs, if you want to go by songs. And then I have taken it a bit farther. I have brought out some lines from the panegyric of the Oba of Benin, proving his ancestry to Ife. And I've also quoted some lines from the panegyric of Oduduwa, proving that his ancestry was not from Igodomigodo or Benin, but that his ancestry was a place called Okeora. So you can see that. Now, let me go to something else. You know when Professor Labola was...
Try Amanda,
All
please.
right, let
Try
me round
Amanda.
up.
2 more minutes.
Time up already.
Now,
Let's.
there is something
And
I want.
also, guys, before we go ahead, sorry, before we go ahead, do we have any, anybody who has contrary views to what Asha is saying? If you have views that are contrary to what she's saying, please come up. This platform. We like to, encourage healthy debate.
Let's not hear from
We
just
always
one
like
side.
to hear from different sides of the coin.
I'm already here already now. I'm from Benin.
Okay, no problem then. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Okay, round up now.
Proof and
Asha,
evidence.
please.
I have proof and evidence.
Asha, please round up, please.
All right. Olabola has said that the compounds of where the bronzes were made in Ife, they are still in Ife today. But I'm going to talk about the remnants of that skill among the Yoruba people. Because when we are talking about bronze casting, you will realize that it involves the smelting of some metals. Now, let me tell you that smelting of iron, because the Yoruba people of Ife didn't just make bronzes, they also smelt other metals like iron. They made cutlasses, made other tools, farm tools from smelting iron. Now, that skill and that technology is still surviving today in the northern part of Oyo State. It used to be in Ondo State, Ekiti State in the past, but already now it is only in the northern part of Oyo State that you will see this iron smelting, where they now use iron. They smelt it and turn it into pots. That's number one. Number two, many of us do not know that it was this skill of, making bronze that the Ife people developed, or the Yoruba people developed on, that made them to go into what we call goldsmithing. Yes, that was why when I was growing up, goldsmithing was a thing in Yoruba. Until today, we still have goldsmithers in Yoruba. Those who can take actual gold and smith it and make jewelry from it. They can make things out of such. So the skills of smelting. Now, bronze making is a skill of smelting. You are smelting metals. If you are making cutlasses from iron, you are smelting iron. If you are making things from gold, you are smelting gold. These skills are all related. They have to do with transforming metals. Now, this skill is still with a lot of Yoruba people all over Yoruba land today. So when you are saying that you have only survived with the skill of bronze, but you didn't learn the skill of goldsmithing from us or iron smithing. So today, you do not have the skill, those two other ones. But those ones still survive in Yoruba land. Why don't you look at that? And recently, archaeology has proved that this iron smelting had been in Ife since around 10,000, 1,000 AD. Thank you. Anybody can ask the questions they want to ask.
I'm here to
Yes.
please put me on the brief screen so that I can. I want to talk about the bronze. So,
Sorry.
from Benin.
No. Sorry.
Wait,
You
please,
made some
just
people
come.
here.
I think it is Loki TV time to speak. You wait. After you can ask your question. After Wookie TV, Joshua, there is Busuyi. Yeah, I don't know how to
Then I want
pronounce
to
his name.
contribute,
Wookie
please.
TV.
Thank you.
Wookie.
Yeah, I'm here.
I think Wookie is not around. So
Asha, no, I'm okay. Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay.
we can hear you.
Asha is very petty and she's
No
a
insulting, please.
sadist.
No insulting, please. No, please.
No, because the woman the singing wasn't
No.
to any harm
See
to
that?
me.
No, if you want
Just
to address her, you can address her for the singing.
Please,
No,
So
don't
how does my singing
please.
how does my singing show pettiness rather than show proof?
no, the
Is it that you cannot
woman
get the...
singing.
Asha, please,
Don't
Wookie.
worry.
Wookie,
Everything
please
will make
don't
sense.
insult.
Don't worry.
Asha, please, no
Please don't
insult.
insult her.
There is a
Joshua,
difference
please, I'm
between
coming. Sorry.
singing and panegyrics.
Guys, please. Omijara, wait, guys, please, no insult. Just give your submission peacefully, then you don't have to insult anybody, okay? And Asha, she's not a baby, as you can see, she's a matured lady.
Who insulted
So
people?
please,
I didn't insult.
no insult.
I just said there is a difference. Is that an insult?
We are not insulting anybody.
Don't insulted anybody. Doesn't mean that people cannot talk. I said there's a difference between
No, but
Panageri.
we didn't insult anybody. I didn't insult anybody. Petty doesn't mean somebody I insulted.
But how
It's just
would
a
you say
manner
I
of
was
speech.
petty when I answered to somebody who
It's a
provided
manner of
songs
speech.
as an edit?
Pettiness is condescending.
It's not condescending.
It is
How do
okay.
you
It is
pettiness
okay. No, just
It's condescending if you don't know.
It's not condescending from your own
make your submission.
understanding.
Okay.
Okay,
Make your
what we are
submission.
saying is that
Just make your submission.
one thing we have to establish here, and we haven't, is who formed that Oba of Benin stew. And some of the references are not pointing out Yorubas. It's not pointing out Yorubas. So what I'm saying is, can we come to conclusion that the stew was in existence then before a powerful Yoruba man walked into and was part of the empire before he or she was allowed to then now rule the empire? Because influences, there was a submission she made about influences of language and people, there are things that influences, especially neighbors, languages that are borrowed, especially strangers. When strangers walk into a kingdom, they have an influence, especially their names are borrowed by the settlers, and they sometimes then they now use it as a permanent language. So, can we establish that the Benin's established the Hin, but some of the languages we are borrowed from the Yorubas?
Can I answer this question, please?
Let me just go now. Rocky, you can mute now. I think I'm the next person. Rocky, do you mind muting?
Okay.
Rocky, all right. So
Wait first. Wait, Ruki, are you done? Are you done with your submission?
Yeah, I think he's busy on the road.
I'm done.
No, he's not.
Okay, then Busuyi, you can speak.
all right. So let's start with this question, the last question. Can we come to the conclusion that whatever? The answer is no. We can't come to the conclusion because the evidence doesn't support what you're saying. And I think the problem with this conversation really is that one side keeps bringing evidence and talking about things that you can actually verify. And then the other one is so emotional and trying to blackmail other people to say, let's just agree to disagree. There's no reason to agree to disagree when you have evidence proving that the things you're saying are literal lies. So let's answer the question that Roki asked, and maybe I'll speak to the old bronze thing later. So I'm going to read from a book, this time not by a white man, but to be fair, there's nothing wrong with their skin color as long as they're telling the truth. And what Olabola played earlier was not just decided in the boardrooms of England. It was something that was collected from the people on the ground in Benin. And so when you watch the video from British Museum, and you can go on YouTube and watch it, it wasn't the British people trying to make things up about Benin. It was the people talking about what they received from indigenous people. And to be clear, up until recently, everybody had the same story, but then we always have this revisionist coming up and about. So to answer the question that Rocky asked, which one came first? What did they meet? Let me read something from a book by a Bini person. I don't know the person is Jacob Egariva. So it says, I'm going to start by saying, by reading the first chapter, then I'll read some things in the second chapter, and then say a few words. Many, many years ago,
Please, can you get his name? Can you say his name to us so we can also be reading?
A short history of Benin by Jacob Egariva.
Okay.
All right. Many, many years ago, Odua, in bracket, Odudua, of Uhe, in bracket, Ile-Ife. By the way, this book was published in Edo language in 1933, and the English version was published in 1936. Not the whole chapter, just a part of it. Many, many years ago, Odudua of Uhe, not in Kogi, Ile-Ife, he wrote it there, the father and progenitor of the Yoruba kings, sent his eldest son, Obagodo, who took the title of Oba with a large retinue all the way from Uwe, Ile-Ife, to found a kingdom in this part of the world. At the moment of his departure, his father gave him a charm in the form of a snail shell containing some earth to invest him with absolute power and right over the lands that should come under his sway. Hence the power and right over since the present day of every reigning Oba of Benin as the lord and owner of the land. As a matter of fact, the snail shell is still part of the coronation rites in Benin today. I'm going to read another thing from chapter 2, then I will say a few things. 1 second, please. All right. This is second period. Eweka the first, about 1200 AD. This is the 13th century now. The son of Prince Oromiyo by Erinwide was born at Ego and brought up at Uselu, where he won the celebrated game of Akwe. In the excitement of winning the game, played with the 7 charmed seeds of marble sent to him from Uwe, Ile-Ife, again, by his father through Ehidiwo, he made his first utterance, Owomika, which has been corrupted into Eweka. It surprised the inhabitants of Use to hear a child born in Benin give its first utterance in the Yoruba language, his father's tongue. In obedience to Prince Oromiyo's command, the young prince was ultimately crowned under the title of Eweka at Usama, the old palace of his father, amid the rejoicing and loud acclamation of the people. So 2 things you see here. Number 1 was Yobagodo, who was the first Ogiso. In this book, it was referred to as the first Oba, but it wasn't part of the Oba dynasty. It's what you're going to call Ogiso in Edo. And then the second one, you read about Oromiyo and Eweka. So what are we trying to say here? So number 1, there's nothing like there was something there. They just went and conquered them, and then they now found a way to replace. They just conclude. There's nothing to conclude. The point is this. Obagodo had gone to Benin to be the very first, to what we call Edo State today, to be the very first Ogiso. The second Ogiso was Ogiso Ere, who was also Yoruba. And the third one was Ogiso Orire. Now, they started a dynasty that we now call the Ogeneriso Ogiso. And after them, there were indigenous people of the land who also took on the titles. And you'll find this time, you can pick up this document, Ancient Benin Kings, Ancient Benin Rulers, where they came from, by D.M. Bondarenko. And he mentioned in there how, they had, Ogiso after Ogiso. But what happened, and you see this also in this book, A Short History, but I don't have time to read everything. What you notice was that after a while, the last Ogiso, Wedo, passed on, and there was no Kalateron. Anyway, the point is that there was an Evian, there was an Ogiamen, and the whole idea of Ogiamen came up after Ogiso. So the Ogiso dynasty itself was not something that was native to the land. It was introduced by a man from Ife. And when they had problems with Evian, they also sent message again to Ife, and that's how you got the second dynasty, which was the Oba dynasty that started with Oromiyo's son, Eweka. So the idea that you got it from somewhere, I don't think we should even have that conversation. I think it's just important to agree with your own ancient traditions to say, you know what, these people came here, they gave us this thing, and we're fine with it. There's no need to change anything. Now, to answer the question, which was actually the reason I came up, about how the bronze casting thing happened, I'm going to read something from a book called The Tribal Eye, and this book is by David Attenborough. I'll just read a portion of it. In the early years of the dynasty, according to tradition, not according to revision of 2024 that's going all around social media. As a matter of fact, it started in 1970, and they've not stopped since then. I hope it stops before the ancestors get really angry. In the early years of the dynasty, according to tradition, when an Oba died, the head was severed from the corpse and sent to Ife for burial. The Oni then had a memorial head cast in bronze and sent back to Benin to be placed on the shrine of the departed Oba. The 6th Oba, Ogwola, asked that a master smith might be sent to Benin to teach his own craftsmen so that they might make such images for themselves. Accordingly, the Oni sent an Ife bronze smith named Igwege. Bronze casting by the lost wax process is still practiced in Benin City, The Guild of Bronzesmiths is a hereditary one, and its members claim direct descent from Igwege, the smith from Ife. They still live today in Igun Street, where the Oba Ogwola in the 15th century decreed that they should settle. The chief of the guild maintains a shrine to Igwege in his house. The whole of the street is lined by workshops. Stalls in front of the houses display bronzes, mostly simplified versions of the heads and figures of the famous treasure. The work itself is carried out in the compounds at the back. So what do we get from here? Before the clowns who are insulting people in the comment section were born, these documents have been written based on the traditions of the people, that the person who actually came to teach. There's another book that you guys could also pick up. It's called The Art of Benin by Gershik Amos. And what it says is the fact that every year the bronze casters will travel from Ife to Benin to make things, to seek patronage of the king. And let me quickly say something here. To the average Yoruba mind, Benin is an extension of Yoruba land. Why? Because the monarchy is literally Yoruba, right? They're descendants of Oromio. So naturally, a person making bronze in Ife would look around and say, okay, where else can we sell this in? So they'll go to Elisha, right? They will go to the Jebu people. They'll go to the Ekiti. They'll go to Bomino. They'll go to the Yoruba brothers. Therefore, they also found their way to the palace of the what's it called now? Oba of Benin. And in this case, again, let's remember that the idea of bronze making started way back in Ife. It was only introduced into Benin in the 15th century. But Benin itself was founded in the 13th century. So there's no way the people that came much later taught the people that started something before they were even founded. As a matter of fact, there was no Benin, the king of Benin did not even occupy Benin until the fourth king, Obawedo. And this sixth king, Obagwola, was the one who asked for somebody to come and do this thing. I'm not the one telling you this. This is from your documents. It's from Megariva. It's from Atembro. It's from Gershik Hermos. So the idea that, we didn't learn it, we taught them, is just stupid. And it's very stupid because it makes you look like an ingrate. Like the people who actually made you something, you literally tell them that they don't exist. So to make it very clear, it's not really your Bible saying they did something for you. It is you telling the world what we did for you. And you did, and the elders, by the way, it's not even you, it's your elders, your ancestors saying this because they were truthful people, they were honest people. The difference between them and the new breed of people today is the fact that these ones don't care about the truth. They just care about emotions and care about the needs to be big. However, the way history works is it's not really about what you feel or how you feel, it's about what happened. So what happened is this: you are eternally connected to Ife because of your monarchy and because of some of your chiefs and some of your citizens. You are eternally connected to Ife because the thing that makes Benin tick today is actually the bronze, and the technology itself was taught to the people by someone from Ife. Number three, and this is a question a lot of people ask, not that it makes a lot of sense, but it's important to answer it. When people say things like, oh, how come we have bronze all over the world and you don't have it? Well, the only reason you have Benin bronze scattered all over Germany, France, and England, and some parts of Europe is because of the invasion of 1897. When the invasion happened in 1897, about 2,000 artifacts were stolen. And I say stolen because guess what? I'm saying, your brother, I don't think they got it rightly, but they stole the artifacts and distributed among themselves. If you want to see Ife artifacts, you're going to have to go to Ife, which is what makes it a lot saner that you have to go to the source of a thing to find it rather than going outside the country, because guess what? We're not invaded. So the whole idea is this. It started in Ife. And by the way, the bronze smith thing is not even the first thing that Ife did. Ife had done terracotta, Ife had done stone work, stone carvings. And if you want evidence, maybe if I'm able to speak later, I'm going to tell you what. As a matter of fact, you can just check it now. Check Ife Shrines by M. Fabumi. You see stone carvings, you see terracotta heads made as far back as 10th century AD, before anybody thought of the existence of Benin. So the important thing is not to say, oh, let us agree to disagree, or let us just agree and conclude on this thing. No, let us stick to what the ancient people said, especially those from Benin, because what they said couldn't be a lie, because they said it over and over for generations and for centuries. And every document that you can lay your hand upon, I can give you a few that you would ever lay your hand upon talking about Benin history from the 15th century all the way to 1969. Every one of them agrees with the things that I'm saying. The only difference was the one that came with SB Omorige in 1970. So let's make something very clear. You learn that thing, and I'm happy that you have it. But the idea that, you know what, you didn't learn it and you just came from everywhere, it's just absolute nonsense. Thank you.
Okay, Busi, thank you. Anyone wants to ask a question? Anyone wants to ask a question before we move on to the next person?
Yes, can I ask a question?
Okay. Wait, you just make it.
Can I ask a question?
Sure, but you just make it brief. No insulting, please. Thank you.
Okay. You said this were written by, the book was written by a Benin person. Right?
Yes, I said so, yeah.
Hello? Yeah. So
Yes.
in comparison, another book written by another Benin person that says otherwise, so what do I do? Do I conclude that they are all wrong, or which one do I take?
All right. May I answer now?
Yeah, you can answer now.
Yes.
Okay, so I'm going to read something. Okay, I'm going to read something from the introduction onto this book. Then I will tell you which one you should take. So again, I'm reading the book that was published in the 1930s, and I'll read something to you from this one. It says, I offer my cordial thanks to Messrs. E.J. Gariva and Yesufu Otokiti for their kind help. Above all, I feel very grateful to His Highness Akenzoa II, the Oba of Benin, for his unfailing advice and aid by which I was able to complete this work in spite of its many difficulties. And also to the late Oba Eweka II, who very kindly attended to me for over 3 hours on March 15, 1930, for the necessary revision of this work when the original manuscript was read to him by the present Oba, the Edaiken of Uselu. So let me tell you which one you should listen to. So let me tell you the one to listen to. And I'll start by saying this. Anyone that aligns with ancient received traditions is the one you should listen to. Any new one, and the very first new one started with a man called SB Omorige. There were 4 people that released their works in 1970. 1 wrote a book, 3 wrote their own in newspapers. The 4 of them were lying. And how do we know they're lying? Because we compare what they said with what the ancient traditions of the Benin people say.
So who concluded, you or historians?
Historians, my brother. Historians.
From which part of history?
So dates can also
part
help.
of
You can ask yourself, which date comes first? Between 2025.
And another question.
Okay, we have not finished that first one.
No, let me ask this one. Why didn't you people change the language of the Beninese? I don't know how you can be a king in another here. You didn't borrowed. Right. You would have borrowed your father's language to your new environment. Why they didn't change the language?
All right. Okay, so let me quickly help you. You can mute now. So, and if anybody knows about European history, you would have heard of a small country in Western Europe called England. I think the question to ask this brother is to say, why didn't the English monarchy ensure that everybody spoke German? After all, they were Germans. Listen, the way things work is this. If you're going to rule over...
That's not true. That's not true.
What is not true? Please, do me a favor. Do me a favor. I want to ask you for something, Rocky. Please, do me a small favor. If you think what I'm saying is not true, don't just say it's not true. You've got to be able to bring out one book, even if it's a newspaper.
Or toilet roll. Anything, just read something.
Or toilet roll. So just in case you don't know, and it's okay if you don't know. So what we call the House of Windsor, what we call House Windsor today, the monarchy of England, up until just a little over 100 years ago, even up to, I don't even think it's up to 100 years ago, they were called a very Germanic name. It ends with both. I'll find it and read it to you because Oman Komilen. Wait 1 second. So the point is that sometimes you're going to have a situation where the monarchy or the royalty will come from another. Okay, good. Will come from another ethnic group. No, it's Mountbatten is the surname of.
Do you want to pronounce Mountbatten? Do you want to pronounce Mountbatten?
Hold on, Rocky.
You are complicating the whole issue.
Hold on.
The monarchy,
Now,
the English monarchy
wait
was in
now.
existence
Can this guy
before
just
the
relax now?
Germans come
Relax
in.
You want
now.
to
Oh,
take
For this
us
one,
Jesus.
you said the
time,
guy
you
established it.
stop
Loki, you
now.
are
If he
lying. You are
established it, why
lying.
did he
You
need to
are
Ask a
change the
lying.
language?
question
No,
now.
no,
You asked
no.
a
The
question now. It
Anglo-Saxons
took you.
established
Shut
the
up.
English monarchy.
Can you just listen?
Anglo-Saxons, the
All right, let me
Anglo-Saxons
finish.
established
Let
the
me just
British
finish. Hold on,
monarchy.
hold on, hold on,
They,
hold on,
Allow
please.
this man not to delay our time.
Jesus.
We are waiting. This
Let
discussion
me
is between
finish.
this
Let
discussion
me
is between
finish.
Bosoyi and Idu. Let the two of them finish, please. Don't interrupt them,
Thank you.
please.
And Rocky, it's not Idu, it's Rocky. So Rocky, just in case you missed the class, the point is that the Angles and the Saxons, in case you don't know, they are Germanic tribes and they ruled over the Celts and the Britons. If you said I was lying, you probably should have read the book before you said so. Mountbatten is the surname of the present people in the palace. That's the Charles and Williams and all of them from Prince Philip. But the original name before 1917 was Saxe Coburg Gotha. It's a German word. They literally just changed it to Windsor in 1917. The point of the matter is that the language they speak is not the one from Germany. It's the English language that everybody speaks. So the way the word works, like in real life, not just in people's head, is that you will find a way to assimilate certain things or to bring certain things from the people that you're ruling into from the people that you're ruling into whatever you're doing so that you don't appear to be tyrannical. Now that's one. Number two, the idea of having Yoruba name. Again, I did not make that up. I literally just read from a Gariba. And the thing is that the Osamas were Yoruba who traveled with Oromiyo from Yoruba land, from Ife to present day Benin. And so the idea that you will hear Owomika or say Owomika should not have been strange to people, but it was strange to people in Benin because they were wondering how Kong was speaking his father's tongue. That's how a Gariba, said it. So, and by the way, I should also add this, and I'll look for a document also, maybe give it to you, that up until less than 100 years ago, the language of the palace of Benin, the official language of the palace of Benin was actually Yoruba. And you still find it even in the things they call themselves, including Oloyi, including the panegyrics of the Oba, the Obi Adimola, the Ekeji Orisha. Those are not Benin or Edo words. Those are Yoruba words. So you even find it in the way they address him. Even the Ikwa Polopolo is a Yoruba phrase.
Okay, Busui, the thing is, you are right. Like I've always said, even when we started this thing is, Yoruba and Bini and Edo precisely, right? They have similarities in language and in a lot of things. But I don't want us to
Similarities, not similarities, it's influence. It's people borrowing from one and adding to the other. So, for instance, Yoruba borrowed certain words from Arabic, English borrowed words from Arabic, Bini borrowed words from Yoruba. Not like there are similarities in terms like we came from somewhere together. They borrowed the words, which is fine.
which is not a crime, right? So it's similarities. It's not bad. So let's move on to another speaker so that another person can talk. I think Idu can talk right now.
Thank you very much for the please, can you put me on the big screen so that
King, please put him on the big screen.
um um thank you very much. I want to, I'm a man of truth, in my opinion, in support of Lady Asha and no, not Busu, Olabola. I will always support the truth come comes on. I want to read. This is a Gariba book. This is a book that was published in 1936. I'm talking about chapter 18 of the Gariba book. It simply shows that Oba Ogwola wished to introduce bronze casting into Benin. Please, I'm sorry because of my side too. Oba Ogwola wished to introduce bronze casting into Benin, similar to that one or they have in Ile-Ife. He sent Igwe Oga to Uhe, which is known as Ile-Ife, for a bronze smith and Iguela was very, what do you call it, was very smart and intelligent. Sorry. So Iguela was very smart and intelligent, and that is what I'm trying to say is that the bronze casting we have Igun was introduced.
Sorry,
Obaobola.
please. What you have here on the screen is it a proof to show us about the bronze casting?
Yeah, this is a proof to support Mr. Professor Labola that what he has said is 100% truth. That the bronze casting that is being done in Igun today was brought or was introduced during the reign of Obaobola, and the Obaobola sent a man called Igwe Irai to Ile-Ife, Uhe, to Ogenenuhe, to go and learn how to make this bronze. So I want to submit that, number one, that the bronze casting, which they are not claiming to be theirs, doesn't belong to them. It's from Ile-Ife. It was brought from Ile-Ife. And even when the British came in 1897, they even check and carry out some I don't know how to say it in English, and it was traced to Ile-Ife. That is number one. So anybody from Benin who is saying that the bronze casting belongs to us, that person should go and check the history. That is number one. I have cleared that one. Number two, a Gareba book. I want to make it very clear that a Gareba book, where the Gareba got this story from, I will support. Number one, he got it from member of Ihogbe Palace Society, which is from Yoruba Palace, and he also got it from the family of the departed Oba. He also got it from Ogbelaka, the royal beds. He also got it from Igwemo, and he also got it from Ohen Usa of Akpakpava. So this story that is being documented, short history of Benin, the Gariba collected all those material or those stories from the Oba of Benin himself, Oba Ekinzua II and Oba Eweka II. So if anybody is saying that what Mr. Olabola is saying, the person should go and contact the palace, this material was given to a Gariba.
But when you came, you said you are here to speak
please
for.
allow me to use my time now. I did not say you should ask me a question. Allow me to finish my time. So, number three, I want to make it very clear. I saw Busui reading history saying that Ogiso Obagodo, that Oduduwa first son. I want to agree with Mr. Busui that all these things you said was documented in a Gariba book, and this is the story given to a Gariba by the royal palace of the Yoruba of Benin. And my submission goes like this. I want to make Mr. Busui to understand that I am from the royal family. I'm from the Ogiamie royal family. That in our own history, we never have any history book that Oduduwa sent Obagodo to rule us. And I want to disagree with you, sir, that the history you said that about Ogiamie is not truth, because in our own history, in our own record from the Ogiamie royal family, Oromia did not come to Benin to fight, or he was never invited. Oromia went to Udo, and the palace of the Oba of Benin is 500 years old. The records are all there. And I want to also draw your attention that it was during the time of, it was 16th century, during the time of Arwa and Esige. They were all living in Udo. Two of them were fighting who to become Oba. Esige mother was from Igodomigodo, present day Benin, while Arwa mother was from Udo. I say Udo, sorry. Owo, present day Ondo State. So Awan was very powerful, and the head of their father, the man who was beheaded in Esanla, which was Baozolwa, where they were bringing the head from Esan, as the second son take advantage and took the head to Benin. He cried to Giame, where his mother came from, and he begged that his elder brother is after his life. 500 years ago, Ogiamena give him that very palace, him and his followers. That place where they have our palace today were being rented for him. That is where we have the memorable Ekubara Treaty. And it was also documented in our history book that we rented that land for them. We did not sell it for them. So the people who follow Esigi from Udo, Olia, Edonhe, and some chiefs, you can find them along Siloko roads. That is where they are being located. So my submission is very clear that Mr. Busui, before you can come online telling our history, you should try and contact our royal palace, which is Ogiame Royal Palace. We are the landlords of that very land. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Idu. But the thing is, when you came up, you sounded like you wanted to say something different, but no problem. Thank you for that submission. We'll move on to, I don't know, maybe King, please, can you help me bring somebody that's from Edo, that's from Edo, that's from Edo. No, I don't think anyone wants to
Hello,
come.
can you hear me?
King, can you hear me?
No. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, Busi.
We can hear you, Joshua. I can hear you.
Yeah, I know it's King.
So he said something about what I said. Is it okay if I respond?
Yeah, sure.
All right, thank you. So again, there is this thing of, oh, I don't agree, I agree. I don't really care what you agree with. I'm actually more interested in what the history books say. And maybe before I used to say, oh, maybe, but since you said you're committed to destroying the idea of what Yoruba really means, I think it's important to bring all the things out so that let's make something very clear. The issue you have with Benin people is about the Ekiopaga Treaty, whatever rent they're paying, that's your business. But when it comes to the history of that space, the Ogiso, and I'm going to read something from another book. So another problem is that you say things, we can't say anything. Your source says, I don't feel I give you, because the one you showed on the screen has nothing to do with the things that you said, interestingly. But yeah, I think that happens a lot. So let me just read something to you from H.F. Marshall's work. Again, this is not me talking. This is just me reading a document. I'm just going to read the beginning and then I will say what I want to say. According to Bini tradition, Ife, locally known as Uhe, was the cradle of the human race and was the only land in the world. Oduduwa, the first king of Ife, possessed a snail shell which had the magical power of creating the earth. Then he said, shortly before his death, Oduduwa called his 7 sons and giving each of them a portion of the medicine from the magical snail shell, sent them out to the inhabited world. One of Oduduwa's sons was called Obanigodo. And one second, I think I already talked about that already. Hold on.
Are you reading from the same book?
No, I'm reading from another book. I mentioned the book now. I'm reading from a book called, okay, I found what I'm looking for. It's called The Intelligence Report on Benin by H.F. Marshall. Right? So earlier I read something by Jacob Egariba, but this one is different. So just very quickly, the descendants of Obanigodo are said to have ruled in Ugodonigodo. The name was later changed to Ile for many generations. Their names, however, are not remembered except for the last of the line, who was known as Ogiso. The whole period is commonly referred to as the Ogiso period. This Ogiso is the same person that he talked about earlier when he said one of the sons. Let me read that part. He said, shortly before his death, Oduduwa called his 7 sons and gave them power to create the earth. One of Oduduwa's sons was called Obanigodo, and on receiving his share from the magical snail shell, he set out with his followers to the southeast, creating land as he went along. He and his followers settled down and gave the place the name of Ugodonigodo. Certain of the present inhabitants of Benin claim to trace their descent from this first migration. So the idea of an Obanigodo or Obagodo or the first Ogiso is not me saying it. This is the Benin tradition. Now, you may have a problem with the Benin tradition, and that's fine. So that will be you guys in Idu, whatever you say you want to be, versus those ones in Benin. You can have it out. I have no problems with that. But let's be clear that I'm not making anything up. Now, to talk to you about what happened with Avian. So you can read this book if you have the time. What we see in Benin history is the fact that after the Ogisos, there was an administrator during the interregnum. And the first one was Avian. And Avian wanted to hand over power to his own son, Ogiamen. Ogiamen was not a title originally. It was the name of a person. Now it's a title, and I'm happy for you guys. I applaud you, I celebrate you. But originally, it was a name of a person, the son of Avian. And it was because the people of the land had issues with that kind of idea. There was nobody had ever had a situation where the child will succeed you as the Ogiso. That was not how it ran. It wasn't the Oba dynasty that like what we have now. So they sent a message to to Ife. Meanwhile, if you're looking for that one, it's in the book that you showed us right now, Ijugodo Migodo. It's literally inside that book. How they sent people to Ife to ask for a king. And we also know, if you read H.F. Marshall, that the first 2 people that were sent were unalived by people that were sent by Avian. Again, this is not something I'm making up. I've told you 2 books that you can go and read it and find out. They were unalived. And the 3rd person that was sent was Oromio. And yes, you were right that he didn't even bother. But the funny thing is that yesterday you said he invaded, Benin. You said he was the invader. And it was yesterday or 2 days ago, and I was like, he didn't. Now, I'm happy that you're corroborating what I said. Oromio didn't even bother invading that place. Why? 2 things. Number one, he already noticed that you guys were, sorry, not you, Evian had unalived 2 people already. Number 2, he saw the people that they were even difficult to lead. As a matter of fact, that's the reason for the name Ilebinu, land of vexation. And so what did he do? He stayed at Osama and had, and said that it is one of these people that will be able to lead them, which was what led him to being with Erin Wide. And when she got pregnant, he left. He left Benin. He didn't spend up to 2 years in that area before he left, and then later went to Oyo before eventually going back to Ife. So all of these things I'm saying, I'm not making things up. And again, if you don't agree, you have a right not to agree. But let the idea that your reason for not agreeing not be that you don't agree. The reason has to be deeper than that. It could be that maybe you have a different account from what those people have. And I'm going to end by saying this. The Benin account is that no king had access to what you now call Benin until Oba Ewedo, the 4th Oba of Benin. And that he was the one who had to have. Now, there are 2 versions of this. There's a Ogame version, then there's a Benin version. Your own version is the fact that he bribed you. He bribed Ogiame at the time. Ogiame had become a title at that point, that he bribed Ogiame and was able to come into the land, and then he now had an agreement, which probably doesn't make too much sense. And I'll tell you why it doesn't make sense. The Benin version is the fact that they fought. And that when they fought, they conquered. They actually did conquer. But the other proviso was that they had an agreement. That's the Obayewedo and Ogiamen. And afterwards, because they could not conquer the people, they had to have a treaty. So there was a fight, and there was a treaty, which is called a Kyokwaga Treaty, which every king up until this present one every king from Ewedo up until this present one have honored. So I think the problem is this. They are true to the things that you are saying, but you are using it as a way to change their own traditions. But if you have a problem with your tradition, you can have a problem with it, but it's not because the Yoruba man is saying it. It's because that's what they have always said from at least for centuries now. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much, Busui. Thank you so much for the submission. Please, I would want. Hold on, I'm coming, please. I would want somebody else that's from Edo that would give us a a different, maybe debunk everything he's saying, or maybe agree with what he's saying with proof, with facts also. You know, I want somebody from Edo, if you are willing to come up to just, to debunk whatever he has said, or Olabola has said, you can come up, please. No, Idu is not representing. Idu, please, can you mute your mic, please? Idu. Thank you. King, please, can you bring anybody that's from Edo, please, if you are there, Montreal.
Yes, anybody, if you want to go up, you can just send a request and I'll bring you up. In the meantime, somebody else can give a submission. I don't think we've heard from Omi.
Jara. That's Omi Jara.
Okay, thank you. Thank you guys for the opportunity. I think most of the things that I wanted to contribute, Kusui has done a fantastic justice to it. I just need to summarize. And I will start from, the exhaustive discussion we had about the bronze. It's very simple. When you see a people traditionally, that is how it's been done by the British that handed over its people here. But did you know that in almost all the universities, either in the US or in the UK, that does not exist anymore? So if you go to those universities in Europe and then you are looking for I'm looking for inaugural lecture and a professor, there is none. So when something is prominent, it could suggest that it is recent to you. The originators have actually forgotten about this discussion because, number one, there is no history in our curriculum. And I am so excited that now the federal government is bringing history into the curriculum of our education. Now, history is not emotion. History is not story told by palace. History is not shouting. History is academic and it is based on pedagogy. What are the records? what are the papers, what are the published articles. And people are talking of evidence, even people and be arguing and be shouting, it is my great grandfather, it is this and that. But for you to pass your exam, for you to be relevant, for you to contribute, for you to be validated as either a historian or an archaeologist or a linguist, you have to make reference to those evidence. And these are the things that have been presented over and over and over here on this platform. All right, so let me leave that. The last thing I want to say, just to conclude from my own end, is sometimes it could be very frustrating when you're trying to tell people your own point of view and you are being honest with it and you are bringing evidence and the people you are talking to has made up their mind that whatever you say, or even if it is, obvious to me, I no go agree. That also restricts people from coming forward to have intellectual debate with people. People would see evidence that is confirming and it is very true. They go into their room, they believe this is actually true. What Alabola said with all these number 1, 2, 3, they are true. But when they come out, they say, no, we're not going to agree. It's called self-belief. And we need to begin to come out of that. From Yoruba point of view, there are things that we borrowed, like Busuyu said, in our language, right? There are questions about our history that we are still investigating. There are questions in our history that is still not clear. So, with that honest mindset, you begin to learn more. But for you not to be open-minded and treat history as a context for superiority, then you are under self-delusion. Thank you very much, and I wish you guys all the best.
Okay, thank you very much, Omieja, for that submission. I think, does anybody have any question for Omieja? Please, we need more other people to come to the panel because so we can have and people from Benin, exactly, more people from Benin, so we can, or anybody that has knowledge of history. It must not even be Benin. Knowledge of history to maybe side with what Busi and Olabola has been saying, or just debunk it all with facts.
Mr. Joshua, are you Benin?
I'm Delta.
Oh, you are related to Benin somehow. Okay.
Yeah. My mom's Benin. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I would represent Benin in a way.
No,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
I understand now. See, they will not come.
Okay. Mazi, you're the new person on the panel. Let's see if you have something to say, sir. Mazi, okay.
Yes, I'm right here, man. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if if having to narrate Benin history is something I want to even go into. I mean, I think it is incumbent on the elect Benin people to come and defend their history here because a lot has been said. I mean, yeah, I know Busi for the studying history, but somehow he managed by some miracle to tell some of the histories that are very accurate today. So I will give him kudos. No, so yeah. At the end of the day, what I can just hope is that the people will come and defend their history. Because that much I know that I can corroborate what he said.
I've been calling them to come so that it doesn't look like
yeah, they're running away. Because they're always very loud on TikTok. I mean, but for some reason they all disappeared today. So that much of what Busi said, I mean, I can corroborate some of those historical records that he rendered here. So that I can say, yeah, that's it. And he do also give some highlights, I mean, as well, that is accurate, fairly, yeah. So yeah, at the end of the day, it's going to be upon the Benin people to come and defend themselves.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mazi. We're just waiting for so that we have objective views from other people, but I'm not seeing anybody, and I'm sure King is talking. King, you are checking, right?
Let me say something. Mazi, okay. On what ground did you say that Busui distorts history? On what ground? What authority are you?
Asa,
You have said
please.
that.
Asa,
No, people cannot just come up and make and
please.
insult others, and you
Asa,
say we should keep quiet.
Joshua
When
likes it
you
when they insult Yoruba. He doesn't
You,
caution them.
please.
But when you say something
you,
that is not
you,
even an insult, Joshua quickly jumps off and say, "You can do that."
Please. I don't want this place to be. I don't want this place
uh,
to be a market. Please.
if you want, I will answer you. That's a given. I mean,
Mazi,
on what ground?
no.
No, what
I've
Mazi,
got one thing.
authority are you? What authority are you?
please.
I've squared up. Even the person I'm talking to
No,
knows
you
what I'm
are
talking
the
about.
authority
So
to
I
tell
don't
us who
even
is
know who the
distorting
hell you
history.
are.
What evidence do you have? What evidence do
Well,
you have,
the
Mr.
last
Man?
time, the last time I ever was on his platform, I mean, yeah,
No,
I
because
put
somebody
up.
said something you don't like,
Shut the
it means
fuck
the
up and
person is
listen at least.
distorting history. Is that what you are saying? Because
Mazi,
somebody said what you don't like,
Just
it
shut
means the
the
person
F
is
up to a
distorting history.
woman.
Mazi,
Mazi, did you
please.
just say shut the F up to a woman?
Please
Aren't
don't
you the
shout
I
on
dumb
did.
me.
one?
I will.
Don't shout
And she
on
keeps
Aren't
anybody.
you so
ranting.
dumb?
Mazi,
Did you just say
I'm
that to a
telling you right
woman?
now, and I will say it over again if she keeps ranting.
You
Ask a
are
stop
question.
that.
The
dumb.
least you
Mazi,
can do is to just sit down and
You
wait
are
for the
the
answer.
dumbest
If
human in
you
the
say
earth.
it
please
again,
just,
if you say it
Everybody calm
again,
down, calm
please,
if
down,
can
you
you
say
just
everybody,
it
leave?
calm
You are
down,
again,
calm
dumb,
down.
man.
Shut
Please
the
just,
Calm
fuck
down.
up.
You're a
Yes, I said it
woman.
again.
Mazi,
if you
You're a
say it
woman.
again, I will
I
Mazi,
said
return it
shut
to
the
you in
fuck up. I said it
1,000
again.
Mazi,
folds.
King, please drop Mazi. Please drop Mazi.
This
Please,
guy is dumb, man.
please. The
We don't
Asa,
tolerate
please,
that
can
on
you
this
mute your
platform.
children? There's noise from your side. Please, there will not be any insult. Mazi, please do not come here to insult any, especially our Nigerian women from any tribe. We don't care. Please, you don't insult any woman. Please, let's just respect. We asked you, don't say it, don't repeat insult, and you said it again. That's why you were dropped. Please. Please. Thank you very much. Please, we are still looking for anybody that's
Also, before we go on, actually, can somebody actually explain, the comments made, previously by the Oba of Lagos? I'm not sure whether it was misconstrued or, maybe people just purposely distorted the facts. What was his comments anyway? What was this? He made a statement regarding Lagos not being part of the Yoruba land or something. Can somebody give me,
He never
an
said that.
explanation of what happened?
You will bring the comments for us to comment on it.
let me I have some videos to
Right.
where that was one of the
Come up now. This is an
talking
opportunity for
points.
you. I will not talk. Me and Busu would only say 3 words, only 3, and you would say 100.
If you now want chop me, may not chop me. Now food.
Joshua.
It's the same way I care. I care about unity of Nigeria. That's all. Whose tribe? They look tribe. Let me just go for it.
It's like this Udu guy is very popular because a lot of people are mentioning his name in the comments. Udu is like you're a very popular man, no?
Yes, nah, I'm the leader. I'm the leader here. I'm the leader.
because everybody is just mentioning your name in the comments.
Yes, nah, because I'm a great man. Mr. As a Professor Lavola know me very well, and Mr. Busi know me very well.
Okay, I'm
Sometimes
sure you guys have entangled each other on a few platforms, I
yeah,
believe.
we are on some area. I used to disagree with Olabola. When it came to issue of sometimes we also clash. Sorry.
So
You see, I'm from Benin. I'm from Benin. You see, when somebody from my state is trying to lie, and we speak the same language, we are from the same tribe, I will come out and defend the truth.
can you put me on the big screen, please?
Thank you very much.
Let me just play this video.
Let's see. I think that's Oba of Lagos we are looking at.
Yeah, that's the Oba of Lagos. So the
So
title
this man we are
says,
looking at is Oba of Lagos in your eyes like this.
that's not the Oba of Lagos. Why are you attacking me? Can I talk?
Oh, I thought he was asking for Oba of Lagos. Nee.
No.
Oh, he was not asking for.
I said you want to eat me.
I'm not eating you now.
Calm down.
The host was talking about Oba of Lagos. Now you're playing Oba of Benin video. That's what you're saying.
Is it me that I'm wrong or you? Host, did you say Oba of Lagos or Oba of Benin? Host does not want to offend his friend.
I said Oba of Lagos.
Okay,
Okay,
that man
Oba
that
of
we are looking
Lagos.
at does not look like Oba of Lagos, and he is arguing that no, he's Oba of Lagos. He's not.
Okay, no, there was a narrative about the Lagos issue, so that's what I was
So
trying
the Oba of
to.
Benin is allowed to lie, and he's lying. So we want the Oba of Lagos to say
Um,
Lagos is owned by Benin. Lagos belongs to Benin. Benin.
Ola, is it Ola Bola that is speaking?
Don't worry, be looking for what you're looking for.
Is it
Focus.
Ola Bola that is speaking? I just want to know. So, because I'm not seeing the microphone sign on your
No,
video.
Yes,
that's
it's
That's
fine.
what
Mr. Labola. It's a Mr. Labola that is speaking. Professor
yes.
Labola,
Okay.
professor of the
Okay.
Omoluabi.
So, first of all, do not get misconstrued with what I'm doing right now. There was, before you came on the panel, that we're having a discussion about Lagos, and I said there's a proof that the Oba of Benin said some things about Lagos, and the Oba of Lagos also said some things about the origin of Lagos.
Mm-hmm.
Do you understand? So that's why I was trying to show video for it. Do you
I
understand?
know. I get it.
Okay.
Can I talk now?
Yes, ma. Yes, sir.
So the reason why I'm responding is because you did that in response to the host, but the
Yeah.
host said, "Who has that video of Oba of Lagos?" Or everything he was saying was Oba of Lagos, Oba of Lagos, Oba of Lagos, and then you responded to
Okay.
say, "Oh, you have it." And
And
then
that's
when you
why
came, when you came, I saw a different man, and then I'm like,
that's
"This
why I
man,
cancelled the video,
this man
right?
doesn't look like our king." So do I have a right to? Am I wrong for pointing it out? All right.
Huh?
So was I correct for pointing that out, or I was wrong for pointing it
Yes,
out?
you were correct. Yes, you were
I
correct.
should have known.
And I ended it right. So no wala. G Money. Good
Good evening, my brother.
good evening. Good evening. How's everything, brother?
Not bad.
Which side are you from? What are are you trying to give your 2 cents on the topic?
My brother, make a first greet you now. You guys are the intellectual of Yoruba and Benin history. And it's good that, sometimes you guys, you find amicable way. I've been on the comment section. You find amicable way to resolve anything that is causing misunderstanding in a matured way, and which is right. When I was in comment section, it get a bit rowdy, and someone said that we don't want it to be like Nigeria and South Africa. So we are here for, which is, I think is the host that said that. Anyway, the reason why I clicked to come up is that I want to know, you bring picture of Benin, Oba, I know somebody that dressed in the regalia of Benin in like Lagos and this. So I just want to know if you can throw more light in the Benin saying they own Lagos. So maybe I can reset
Can
my
you say
own
that again? Is
history
there
on that.
somebody dressed like the Oba of Benin in Lagos? Who is that person?
Sorry?
Did you say somebody in Lagos dressed like Oba of
No.
Benin?
Yeah, I said he brought a picture that looked like somebody dressed in a regalia of Benin tradition.
That's the Oba of
So,
Benin now. That's what we're saying.
okay, so
So if
what I
Oba
want
of
to
Benin
ask,
dressed, like a Benin man, that's what
G-Money, G-Money, ẹtìmọ̀mọ́ ẹni
I
tó ń
just want
sọ̀rọ̀
to know the Lagos.
G-Money, ẹtìmọ̀mọ́ ẹni
Yeah.
tó ń sọ̀rọ̀ ẹ má dárúkọ mi ṣẹgbọ́ ẹ fi discussion yẹn lẹ̀ àwọn professors ló ń sọ̀rọ̀ ẹjọ́ mi fẹ́ ta divert ẹjọ́ ẹtìmọ̀ ẹni tó ń sọ̀rọ̀ right
Moment to
ẹ má
sorrow.
dárúkọ but ẹ fi bẹ́lẹ̀ bọ́lẹ̀ ẹjọ́.
Okay. My brother is here, so I'm just gonna keep quiet.
King, I think we should look for other people because the discussion is. I think
I'm
we have a
looking
new
for Benin
person.
people. I want to chop them.
We have a new person on the panel. Olabola, please mute your mic. Let the other person, the new person, speak.
I know.
Sis, good. I can't see your name, but good. Good evening. Hello.
That's our moderator.
I'm a moderator. Thank you.
Yeah, I could not see her name now. That's why I was.
No, it's okay. All right, go on.
If you want to see her name, you have to consult Ifa.
The name now. I don't see her now. I could not. I don't want to disrespect
It's
her.
okay. It's okay.
If you want to see her name, you have to consult Ifa.
I will pay now. No wahala.
Host, can I say something for 1 minute? Just 1 minute.
Yes, go ahead,
Okay, thank you very much. You see, actually, I am from a royal family. You see, we have misunderstandings. Sometimes we always disagree as a matured men. You see, the Benin Kingdom is an extension of Ife, 100%. The reason why, even in the coronation of His Royal Highness, the Yoruba Benin, he said it that he's the direct descendant of Oromio, the son of Oduduwa. Automatically, by saying so, he have already said it from Ife. But the problem we are now having now is the identity crisis. So the royal family don't want to lose their respect. According to history, the Oba of Benin was controlling down to River Niger by Asaba, very close to Onitsha. So most of all those traditional rulers you see around those areas of Biofagbo, Biofiseluku, Biofumunede, Olu of Ori, in Roboland, you also have Rojo of Okwe. And you still go to Lagos, you have the Oba of Lagos, around those areas, down to the Atlantic Ocean. The Oba Benin was a slave merchant, a businessman with the Portuguese. So they are now looking at the past glory. Oh, in those days we used to, we used to do business, we used to control these people. Now that new form of government have come, and around that our region there we have many tribes, many languages, many different languages. So the reason why he's trying to hold his ground that he is the one that gave birth to Dua, because he think maybe if he said he's a Yoruba, sorry, he's an Ife man, he's Odudua, maybe those minority tribes may revolt against their kings, because that's what I suspect. So those people coming out saying that Ikaladira, I'm from the royal family, from the Ogiso Ghanaian royal family. The story of Ikaladira was forged and it was fraud. In where I come from, we don't have anybody called Ikaladira, and there is no name like that. And to even back my claim up, we have a palace. And if you Google it, the only monument we have in Benin is Ogiamie Palace. It's a UNESCO Heritage Center. You can go see it on Google. So now that the world is people, youth, internet, people are not going online. People want to know the real fact about it. These are some of the reasons he's trying to hold on to power, to make it look like, oh, he's the one that gave birth to. Even as I speak to you today, he's even laying claim. The palace of Oba Benin is laying claim to Benue State, that the people of Benue State are his children. Even in Kogi, laying claim to Kogi. So that is what is going on now. So
let's not divert from the topic. It's between Yoruba and just similarity. Please.
I have a question, please.
Let me round up like this. I round up like this, that my submission is very clear. The Olu of Ori is the brother to the Oba of Benin. They are brothers, born of the same father. So the Olu of Ori is still saying that he is from Ife. Odudua is their father. Till tomorrow, still saying it. How come the Oba of Benin is not agreeing with his own brother? So if the Oba of Benin cannot agree with his own brother, born of the same father, and even we that even give him a land to stay, so even the neighboring communities like the Great Esan people, Urobo people, and many other tribes around Benin, they don't have any history of Ikaladian. We don't even know the meaning of Ikaladian in a Urobo language or Benin language. All those things are just forged. So please, if you know you are a Benin man, you have been put in the dark for many years. I'm from Benin, you all know me. The Ikaladian history is fake. The Yoruba people are the owner of the Benin royal family. 100%.
It's okay. It's okay. You can't say what you don't know. Please don't. You just say that you didn't bring facts. 25 to life, please. Brother, can you say something?
You do my offer to take you through the 36 states of Nigeria for sure, for comedy, it still stands. Let me know when you're ready. But I have a question for you. Idu. You've said that when Mr. Busui mentioned the relationship between the Ogiso and Ile-Ife, you said it's not true. And you yourself, you've claimed that you're of the Ogiso royal family. Can you please tell us where the first Ogiso came from and his progenitor? Please tell us.
Thank you very much. That is a very good question. We have our own history book, which is called Ogiamien History. So it's so fortunate that I am not with the history book here. And if you can permit or crave my indulgence, in the next
You,
I can
you
finish
come
up.
on, body for attention, I
Please
beg.
allow me to say something. Allow me to finish up. He asked me a question. So the host said he want to see proof. You understand? That is what he has said. So we have our own history book we wrote by ourselves. The Oba of Benin have their own history book. So the reason why I continue to clash with Mr. Busu is he's reading history from the palace of the Oba of Benin. That is the palace history. That is
How
What's the
can
we have
title?
palace
our own
history be
history.
different from the
Host,
history of people?
What's the
host, can you please
title?
put me on big screen? I want to show
What's the
something
title?
first.
What's the
And I want
title?
you to defend it.
Jehovah.
Kilo first show. Before you show it, tell him first. Kilo, what's the title?
25, wait, hold on.
I have a question for Igudo Migudo, not too long.
Wait,
What's the title of the book?
Olabola,
No, I
is it?
won't bring evidence. Joshua, don't be worried. I won't bring any evidence. Yeah,
No,
I'm
it's
just
not.
asking
I'm
a
not.
question.
I'm not worried about your evidence,
Okay, so it's
Olabola.
just a question. What's the title of the book?
My brother, the history is Ogiamie. I cannot pronounce the remaining word behind it. I have to bring it
Why?
tomorrow. Listen. You see, I love the Yoruba people. They
Oh
always
my God, that's not what I'm asking.
and I have told you, I am going to bring it for you to see.
Please. When you
100%.
are going to say something, yeah, you have to bring it. If you are not going to bring it out, don't say it. So
He
that it's
asked
not
me a
look like.
question. I have to respond to him. He asked me a question.
Yeah, but
Can I lie to him?
what's the question?
You understand? So he asked me Obagudu. Is
That's not the
Oba
question. Nobody, I
excuse
didn't
me,
ask you that. I'm
excuse me,
saying what's the title of
not
the
you.
book?
The other man asked me a question, not you.
Okay, so after
You
that
are
one,
here. He asked me, is Obagudu the only way I can debunk him is I have to bring our own history and put it on the screen. People have to read it. If I am saying it orally, the host will say, "Oh, he want proof." We are also old in the game. We understand. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Olabola, are you satisfied?
No, it's
he
me. So
wasn't
it
talking
is
to you.
evident that he can't tell us about the Ogiso and he's from the royal family. So Mr. Olabala asked him your question. He doesn't know what he's
So
talking
he has
about.
finished with him. My own question is: you said the other have their book and you have your own. Ogiame has his own. The book of Ogiame, what's the title? Just read it for us. Even if it's in Edo, I will type it. Just
Host, if you will permit me to respond to Mr. The Professor about Olabola. Olabola, I have told you the only way I can respond to you is by bringing my own evidence book. I have to also put it on the screen because if I am saying it orally, except
no,
you
I'm not saying to read from the
excuse me,
page.
sir. Excuse me, sir.
By me. Do people
If you
understand the
said I should
question?
read, if you say I should respond to you orally, it may look like I am
Don't
lying.
worry, I'm not going to complain. I just want to know the name of the book as they
The
wrote it
name
on
of
the
the
title.
book is Ogiamie Royal Family History. That is what is written there.
Gambian
Yes.
Royal Family History.
Yes. So
What year
maybe
was it? What year is the publication?
I
Open
am
to
not
the
with the
first.
book here. I am not with the book here. So I
Oh, you
have
don't
to.
have it. Okay.
We have the book in our palace. Tomorrow I have to send somebody to our palace to go to
This is a better answer.
put it on PDF and send it to me.
This is a better
You
answer.
understand? So I must bring proof. I know you very well. If I respond to you orally, you will say I'm lying. I don't read book.
And I'm telling you, don't worry. I just want the title of the book. Okay, I
That is
don't
what
have
I
it
will do,
here.
sir. Thank you very much, sir. So I
Yeah.
must
Thank
respond
you,
to you
Mr.
law
Edu. Thank
enforcement.
you, Mr.
Yes.
Edu. 25 to life. You was talking.
Well, even me that I'm not from the royal family, I can list like 10, 15, Gisos. I've asked you to do this question and you cannot answer. So
What question are you
obviously,
asking me? What question, sir?
I've asked you, tell us the history where the Ogiso people, the first Ogiso came from. Tell us. That's the question I've asked you.
The first Ogiso is very clear. The first Ogiso
It's from Idu.
is from that very land called Idu. So now, do you know what I will do? I will go and bring the meaning, the history, and the document evidence to support the meaning of Idu and what is Idu, who are the Idus.
Okay.
I have to put it on
Okay.
the screen.
All right, let me respond to what you're saying. You
Question,
said,
please.
my question to you now, you said all those things we know, or most people know in the Benin Kingdom is all fraudulent and not fake. I like to know your own story, what your kingdom says is the true story. I've never heard anything about it, but
I
I
did not say
know.
what Oba Benin
General
wrote is
Nesta,
fake.
sorry, wait. General
Yes.
Nesta, he came out with evidence. So if you want to say something, we have to say we have to back it up with evidence too, because he came out with evidence. So I want us to also back it up with evidence, not just emotion or what if.
This is not okay. Let me respond to that. If you are looking for me, because I did not claim that I know anything about the Oba of Benin Palace or I'm from a royal family and all that, I'm going to the history that is popular and that was known, you know. And I know that if there has been any rebuttal or any kind of refusal to that history, it would have been, it would have been something that people would have been contemplating long time ago. Not just something that just started this minute, as a matter of fact. The history, I'm asking him just now that how the word Ile Binu came to be. He explained it, but he did not go in details of how that word came to be. If you go back, you know, Eweka the First was the first Oba of Benin. But before Eweka the First became the first Oba of Benin, the Benin Kingdom had no king called Oba. It was called the Ogiso. That was the Ogiso dynasty. You know, the Ogiso dynasty is what they used. That's what during the Ogiso dynasty, they called their king the Ogiso. Eweka came from Ife. Eweka the First came from Ife. Oba Eweka's first father.
Do you think you want to stop? Are you sure you don't want to stop? Eweka did not come from
All right.
even in Benin history, so small.
Busui, please.
Oba Eweka was born in the Yoruba land. Eweka was the first Oba
General,
to be the first Oba of Benin.
General, trust me, people have evidence, and like I said, what you are saying, you put yourself. If you are not really factually sure, I think you should go and check.
If you're saying that somebody is factually sure, and somebody come to you with the document and tell you this is the document, why somebody here is telling you that the document that we are used to is the wrong document, and somebody posted something for you telling you that is the right document, and you believe, and you're saying you're factually sure, and that is the fact, then you have to examine what you believe. I'll take my call.
Joshua, may I respond, please?
No problem, Busui.
All right. So, General, I don't know if he's taking this call. I mean, this is what happens when you mix ignorance and emotional outbursts. You just start talking nonsense. Because, it's okay to not agree with Idu. It's okay to say, okay, Idu is wrong. But you can't just say that based on what you think happened in history. I mean, if anybody comes up and says to you, Eweka was born in Yoruba land, you already know that it's even against Benin history. And the thing is, I think it's important for people to, I mean, if you're going to argue a point, you should at least know what you're talking about.
That's why I
That's one.
cut him off. That's why I cut him off, because I know, even with history, you cannot say that Iweka was born in Yoruba land. That one, you just make the whole Benin Empire just. What's not the need of starting a debate if you cannot even get the beginning thing right?
I have a question for you, Joshua. I have a question for you.
Okay.
When did Benin become an empire?
That's 1200.
That's waiting.
1200.
When was it founded?
Founded Maybe
Yes.
900, 900, yeah.
No, 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 no. That is
Ah,
not truth. Benin was founded 12,
ah.
12, 12th century,
No, no,
1200.
no. Benin was founded 1200. That's 13th
1200
century.
now. That's what I said first.
No, no,
19th century.
no, 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 no. So hold on. No, it's 13th century. Yeah, that's 1200s.
Yeah.
So I said, when did it become an empire? So the time is the date that a town or a city state was founded is not necessarily, in fact, is never the date when it became an empire. So for instance, you have to become a city state, like you're founded. At some point, maybe become a kingdom, and then you morph or metamorphose into an empire. So my question is, at what point did Benin become an empire?
It was 1200.
It's not possible now. There was no Benin at that time, Sef. They never
It
even found the
was
city.
it was 1200. Benin became an empire.
Okay, so let me just answer you like you are wrong. Number one, it didn't become an empire. Number two, 1200 was when it was literally established. In fact, it wasn't even a kingdom yet. So you can talk about it being a kingdom, even at that point, and maybe I'll even get it. But if you say it's an empire, I'm not saying you are lying. I just want to know when it became an empire. But it doesn't be a place doesn't become an empire the day it becomes a kingdom. I hope you know that.
That's your opinion.
No, it's not my opinion. It's simple common sense. To become
No,
a
that's not
kingdom means that
common
you have it.
sense. That's
Hold
not
on,
common
hold on.
sense. But
Sorry,
sorry,
hold on, hold. No,
that's
no, Joshua. I'm not trying to fight. Just hold on.
you
So a
cannot fight
kingdom.
now. Me and you cannot fight now. We know to see each other now. We are just
Oh
talking.
no, no, no. No, yeah. So a kingdom is the domain of a king. That's, if you break it etymologically, the domain of a king. A king is ruling over a place.
Okay, so you think we did not have a king by 1200?
You're not listening to me, oh. I'm saying that if you go by the history of the people, right?
Yeah.
What you had in the 13th century was a kingdom, was the
Okay.
beginning of a kingdom, because that was when the Oba dynasty started.
Okay.
Does that make sense? So there was the Ogiso dynasty, but was not a king, therefore was not a kingdom. But the Oba dynasty started in the 13th century.
Okay.
So having a kingdom now means that there's a king in charge of this domain, and then is ruling the people. And
Okay.
I
So
agree with that.
so that
Yeah. So
means
it
you
became
agree
a
that
kingdom
it was a kingdom by 1200, right?
somewhere around the 13th century. It may not
No,
be
the thing
1200. Go,
is,
go, go.
you are battling between accepting the fact that it was a
Me,
kingdom.
you're
You
not listening to
personally,
yourself. Oh.
your
You're not listening to
personal.
yourself. Oh. Wait. I think the problem here is maybe our words. Kingdom and empire are not synonyms, right? So becoming a kingdom in the 13th century, I agree with. In fact, I said it before you even said it. I said, my question is, when did it become an empire?
Benin was never, in the beginning, was never known as empire. It was
I
known
don't
as
think it
Benin
was. I
Kingdom.
don't think. I don't think it was.
It was never known as
Wait.
empire because it's been based on the documentation and there's some history, some facts, and some book written by even by Yareva, even by Yareva, our only revered historian. Number one, Benin is called Benin Kingdom. They still call it in tomorrow Benin Kingdom. It's not called Benin Empire. You understand? And you can see this book I'm showing you here. This is some of the proof. You can see it here, page 11, a short history of Benin. After you can read it, or I can read it for you. It's Oromi after some years staying in the land, and he renounced the land and he said that it's only a child born with the mystery, a
Wait, why
mystical
would you say?
land.
Hold on. Nidu, how would you say? Benin was an empire. Busui. I still, I just went to even fact check.
I'm not
You know,
against it, Joshua. I'm not against what you are saying. No, my question was simple. When did it become an empire? You can say it's an empire. It's okay. You can make that claim. That's
no,
fine.
not
But my
I say.
question is,
It is factual. It's not I say. It is factual that Benin was an empire.
just the date? When did it become an empire? It's quite simple to actually answer.
All right, Lucy, thank you. I think Lord Worry wants to say something. Ola Bola on top. Try circle it, guys. Let's, it's a panel
Don't
full of
worry.
people.
Welcome.
So, yeah.
A lot of worry.
There's no answer to that question. Thank you very much. There's no answer. Therefore, it
There's
didn't happen.
answer, but
Thank
she
you.
just cut me off. Calm down. Don't put words into my mouth, Busui.
Okay, I'll wait for the answer. Thank you.
Just wait. You are there. You have energy.
in the next 5 minutes, or else answer no day.
Lord of worry, how far?
No, don't worry if you're there on mute.
Yeah,
Thank
I'm
you.
fine. I'm fine. I
Okay.
just wanted to come on and correct some things that was said earlier. But so first of all, I'm from Delta and I'm in Shekiri. So what everyone is saying is, like it or not, is indirectly connected to us because our king is also from Benin, and we have always reinstated that the ethnicity of our king is Ife, right? So, first of all, Benin was never an empire. Let me just correct that recent one. And the name Ubini wasn't actually given to Benin by an Oba. I think the Benins were trying to remove, because they don't know the meaning of Ubini. Sure. That is the Ishek. Then we say Ubini, and you see Shekili saying when someone is angry, no bino. So because of how if I call it Ubini, Ibini, so we say Ubini. Then when the Europeans came, we live on the coast. So when they came, they asked us, oh, what do you call this? Like the other side, they met Sheklis at Ulugban. What do you call this side? I said, what do you call those people? Ali. What do you call Ile in Ife? Now we say Ale, Ubini, which is the land of the Ubini people, which the Ife people will say Ile Ibinu. So that's that. So I just want to correct that. And saying Benin is an empire is like saying every kingdom every kingdom in Nigeria is an empire because they went into other kingdoms, looting, attacking. That's not what an empire is. An empire is that you go to a state, fall it, impose it. That's what an empire is. Benin never
Say
did
that
that,
again.
and they never
Lord,
used
sorry, say that
language.
again. What's the definition of an empire? Sorry. Say that again.
An empire is where you go into another kingdom, another territory with people who don't speak your language, you take them down, impose a ruler, and then you move on, and then that's how an empire is. Benin never did that. And it was not until recently they started claiming that they did, but it never happened. There's no single part of where outside the Edo walls do you hear Edo language being spoken, except the people of Agbo. Now, the reason why they have that is because they were part of what you call the Rubos, the Isokus, they were part of, I don't know, like a society, an agricultural society. Now, what I'm saying is things that are written down. I've not actually placed it because soon in 5 years they will all be coming out. So they were part of like an agricultural society. Now, Benins were the last people to migrate to this region. Now, according to Jacob, the Benin historian, he said the last Benin migration happened during the 7th century. Those were the ones who stayed at Ife for a number of years and they migrated to Benin. So those were the ones who were causing problems. Now, they caused problems because the Ishans and the rest people were saying that they do have a society where they are ruling, like they are their own kings, like they are their own kings. I think each group produce a ruler in a number of years or time. But if you notice, when they say the Benin Wall, it wasn't actually a wall, it's a moat. So it was built to keep out some certain people. Now, who were they keeping out? They were keeping out the Ife. Now, they built it because of the Ife. That's just the fact. Now, why? The Ife, after the last
Wait, sorry.
migration,
Lord, worry. How did you
wait,
get
you
that
can
fact?
ask me Ife, the Ife immigrants, which are for the last Benin immigrants, because they said Benin migrated in 3 waves. So the last Benin immigrants, they complained about being treated as slaves. So that's the reason. The reason they went to Ife and brought Oromia. Now there is another part which I've not confirmed yet because I don't jump into a story which I have no knowledge of. Now the part which I haven't confirmed was the fact that
Ife actually started the Ogiso dynasty through Oba Igodo. Through Oba Igodo, like that was, I think that was the first or the last Ife. Should I call him? I can't call him a puppet, but king that they planted there. So the people rejected him, and it's not the first time the people have done that. So they rejected him because he is not one of them. He is not one of them. Oh, he dropped. Okay. They rejected him because he is not one of them. So that was the reason. It was more of a reason where the people of Igodomido have disconnected themselves from the larger Ife. I called Ife an empire because everywhere I go there is Ife. So they cut themselves from Ife and they started ruling themselves. So when Oromia came back and conquered these people and he saw the hunger that they had, now you could understand that the people who Oromia came to rule over wasn't the Ishan, wasn't the Isokos, wasn't the Urobos, wasn't the people who now call themselves Ika. It wasn't them. It was the last immigrants, like the people who left Ife, the Benins, the last people who left Ife. Those were the people he was ruling over. And since the other ethnics were being of too much problem, so he left, and Oromika was born, and he became Oba. So that's what started the whole dynasty and the whole plate. You have to go back because when Benin say, "Oh, Oromia is a Kaladin," and that's not true because you have to ask, why did Benin people go back to Ife? If they had no relationship, they wouldn't have gone. So it's all connected to their last migration in the 7th century. Because I think that was the second Ife civil war. That's around when it happened. So it's all connected to that. And we are just going to state it here that the Kaladian story, it doesn't exist in our own history. We know in our own part, why we always clash with the Benin's part is this. Recently, they just started this whole Kaladian thing. It's nothing that exists. We all know we know the lineage of the Oluwafo. We've never connected it to any Ogiso or any Kaladian, whatever. But facts, 2 times that it has ever been written before revision was that he lived and died in Ugoton twice. The first one that was ever documented was in 1898 by Lingoth. Then the second one by Jacob Igarvey. So I don't actually, that's what I have to say.
Thank you so much, Lord of
I wanted to ask you a question.
Okay, Idu, make it a quick one so we can circle back to Dr. C.
A lot of worry. Is it true that His Majesty, the ancestor Jinua left Udo to present-day Warri Kingdom? Thank you.
Yeah, he left. Udo was the former capital of Benin. So he left Udo. He migrated from Udo to Warri.
Thank you very much. I'm so proud. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I have a question,
was
please.
answered. Pussy?
Just a question, just a quick one. Just a question. When did Ginawa move to? When did he migrate out of Udo? Was it before or after Ewedo got to Benin?
I don't know who those people are trying to pin the movement is, but the person who created the present-day Benin City was Giniwa's junior brother, Ojoluwa, who they called Ozolwa. So, our people call him Ojo Oluwa, but in our pronunciation is called Ojoluwa because it's a name that still exists in Ijebu and Ishekiri. And so he's the one who created present day Benin City, not Ewedo or whoever that is. So Ginawa left in 1475 and came to Warri around that same time. So yeah.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Lord. Pussy,
hold on 1 second. King, please, host, can you please bring back Joshua, the moderator, please? King? Oh my God, this man has gone to sleep.
Can
I no sleep. I never sleep.
can I ask Mr. Busui one question?
Can you bring back Joshua up and please give me my full powers? Thank you.
Can I just 1 minute ask or 30 seconds, Mr. Busui, put a word before him? Yes or no? Just 30 seconds.
Yeah, go on.
Mr. Busui, thank you very much. We agree to disagree. You have heard now that the history you were saying the other time that Ewedo went to all those stories, it's not proper. You have heard from a lot of foreigners that all of them were living in Udo. There was nothing like coming to Benin to invade. No, it was Udo. Thank you very much.
Okay, Busi.
Was that a question? Was
No,
that your question?
I think that was a submission or something.
All right. So my response to that was, if you remember what I told you earlier, if you have any problem with that account, take it up with Benin. It's not about my own. It's not my issue at all. I'm just telling you what Benin people say, and I never said it was from Ife. So nah, not my business. Yeah,
Busi,
Joshua.
is for you. Benin was an empire in the 15th century. Check it out. Yeah, 15th century. I did not stutter.
Give us the document now. That's not how to.
I'm reading it from that. I'm just starting now. Calm down. Let me breathe.
I hope you are ready for my comeback.
Joshua, while you are bringing
I'm
that
ready.
document,
I'm ready
define
for your comeback.
empire. Define what is called an empire and what is
Just
called a kingdom.
get ready for my retort.
Okay, 25. Let me define the empire first for you. An extensive group of states or countries ruled over by a single monarch. Thank you. That's it, right? That's the definition. Now, let me go back to where I was. The Benin Empire was also known as the Benin Kingdom or Great Benin. Was located.
You can see how you've contradicted yourself in just few words.
Can I talk without? I listen to everyone, right? I find that appalling to laugh at somebody's trying to say something. Thank you. Was located in southern Nigeria. With the size, by the 15th century, the Benin Empire had already grown to encompass a large area size of the New England, size like equivalent to New England right now, with more than 2 million subjects. The Benin Empire controlled trade between inland people and the Europeans on coast. So, if you're going to say Benin was never an empire, I'm giving you references from The Guardian.
What?
So go and check it. Yeah, The Guardian.
Joshua, are you kidding? Relax, Joshua. Let me help you. So this is how you have conversations.
Busui, wait, hold on. Don't help me.
You're not done.
No, I'm not done.
I thought you were done.
I need to help you too. Let me help you so
Sorry,
you
please,
understand.
while you're reading, tell us the name of the author of that article in Guardian. Maybe this
I
will
will
help.
give you other authors. Don't worry. Calm down.
Calm down. I'm calm. You're not really giving
You are
me
not
anything.
letting me talk. That's why I'm saying calm down.
Go on.
Exactly. You're interrupting me. I don't want to be rude. As I say, calm down.
Gentlemen, please, when someone is speaking, make sure we don't interject. Just wait for them to finish the point, and then you can move.
Okay, let me give you.
Thank you. Go on, Josh.
Okay. Let me give you the reference from Guardian. Wait. Let me give you reference from even. Just give me a minute.
Whilst we'll wait for that, King, can you please put yourself back on the big screen? Hey, I'm Almira. Glad to have you back. Host, can you put yourself on the big screen? Thank you.
And Joshua, please, whilst
Joshua,
you're
you
looking for
ready?
that, you tell us the states and countries that are under the fairy tale Benin Empire.
Not fairy tale. Don't disrespect it like that, please. Please. Okay? I didn't disrespect anybody's. Please, don't say fairy tale, please.
Okay, whilst we'll wait for Joshua, Dr. CO, did you have something to say? I'm glad Almira is back.
Well, thank you for granting me the opportunity to speak at this point. But I've listened to a lot of people making various comments depending on what they hear from their parents or the story that is being told down the line. My name is Christopher Oliha. I am from Usen. And I don't know if any of you know where Usen is and who the Usen people are. The history of the present day Benin people cannot be disassociated from the history of the Usen people. So we have our own story, like what we have. What the Ijos will speak about their own, the history they had. The Ishans will talk about the history they had from their own parents. And we, like I said, also had history. The problem we are having with people saying now, let us point this out, let us investigate this, let us check that, is that you shouldn't forget that most of these things that have been talked about today were facts of history that were never written down. So it's quite difficult to prove some of them. And as the story continued to go up and down, many things have changed. And especially with the coming of the universities, first in Ibadan, then you have Ile-Ife, you have Benin and all these universities, where some of these kingdoms take upper hands in setting a kind of narrative that they want to pursue, trying to shape up the history of their cities and of their kings. That is where we have confusion. So it's not it's of no wonder that the history of Nigeria itself or the history of any kingdom in Benin is always in conflict, because all the documentations we are talking about, most of them are being crafted by people who were loyal to certain people or because of the history that they hear from certain people. So from what we know as Usen people, anybody who's from Usen, who knows Usen in this area, will know very well that the name Usen is also known by the Yoruba people as Ife Kekere, because we don't speak Edo in Usen. We speak a language which is like Ife. It's like Ife. So, and we know how long the Edo people have tried to wipe out that language, and they have not succeeded up to today. So the fact that a particular tribe is dominant today does not mean that it has always been like that in the past. So the Oba in Usen considers himself as the senior brother, as the Oba, the senior brother to the Oba of Benin, because they were sent together from Ife. And when they arrived, Usen was the place where they settled from because of the conflict that was in Benin at that time. That's the story that we were told, because Usen was far enough to be able to run back to Ife if something dangerous was to happen. But at that time, the
the person who was supposed to be the Oba of Benin, they didn't want to risk his life because of the conflict that was going on at that time. So they decided to send his junior brother to go and check what might be going on over there and to report back. So the name Usain was derived, it means 5 days, because it's 2.5 days to walk to Benin and 2.5 days to walk back. So it will be 5 days to get back and make a report. But that brother never returned. That is why you see that when you talk about the Ada and Ebe, that Ada that is used by the Oba of Benin is a fake one. The original Ada that was brought from Ife is the one that is still existing in Usen today. Any historian can go there and check it out. You can find those whole things. So we just have to be careful. The whole system has been messed up because the history everywhere. I can bet you today, if your village or your town happens to get a university today, they will get a department of history, get their children to study history and have a doctorate degree on that. And then when you have a doctorate degree, then you are an authority on that subject. Then they continue to write and start to manipulate and start to rewrite and to destroy the work of other people. So there is no history book that anybody here is going to present on the table, even the history of Egariwa. Check the history book of Egariwa, you will see some of this I'm talking about. There is no history book. Nothing is written there by Egariwa that is even 100% the fact. He also relied on one story being told by the other. But the funniest thing, what I've come to realize is that the Benin people now, instead of arguing on merits, are beginning to lay a course. I was in a discussion with somebody, I think in September last year, when the issue came up, and I was trying to tell him the history of how I know it. This guy stood up and he was just saying, just cussing. I said, the Oba of Benin, the head. I mean, that is not the right way to make a discussion. It is not by cursing. It's like the Oba has laid a curse, and has laid a curse on the people that if you defend any other view, or if you listen to any other view pertaining to Benin, other than what we are telling you, you are probably going to die or to get mad. So why is the conversation going on? So today, I just don't get it. So that's what I'm not a doctor in history. Okay, I have my own specialization. But when you are not open-minded into discussions, when you come like the other guy, General, who made a statement a while ago, you come with vengeance, you come with anger, you are not prepared to hear other people's view, and then you continue to lash out with vengeance upon what you have heard. The Edo people are a distinct people. We are from Usen, but the Oba of Usen in seniority in terms of how the title was given to them for Orominion from Ife is the Oba that remains in Usen today. Maybe it's new to you, I don't know, or to many people here, but you can, if we say, okay, let us check these things out, many of the things that had to be used as proofs had been destroyed. Many of these things. If we relied on on the Englishmen to come to rescue us in terms of information, don't forget that the Englishmen started to penetrate to the center of the area we are talking about now in the 18th century. Whereas this thing we were talking about, somebody was even talking about the empire being created in the 15th century. That's not true. That's not true, because actually, in your own mind, 14th century, 15th century might look like a long time ago. But the university I attended here was established in the year 1240 here. So in real political history, 15th century is not that long time ago. So where were they before then? Whereas the people from Ile-Ife, where were they at that time when the white people came in? So my point here is not to argue about the controversy. I just want, because this is a discussion that has no end, because nobody actually has the full fact. There's nothing to prove, nothing to show, apart from what somebody wrote. And that person who wrote those things, the person who wrote a particular story about a particular place, probably didn't go beyond that place before he started writing something. That is the difference between the African history, especially the Nigerian ones, where every town, every village now consider itself as a kingdom. You go to a small village now, they continue to call themselves kingdom. It wasn't like that. So the people of Benin are intensifying this whole, the current people of Benin, not the old, the current people of Benin are intensifying this discussion in order to make a point that they are now the dominant factor in Edo State, simply because they control the the state capital. But that is not the written. The Oba of Benin, when it comes to tradition, before the Oba of Benin becomes an Oba, before he installed as Oba, do you know how many places he goes to? Does any of you here know how many places he goes to, and how many places he has to make sacrifices to, and how many places that he has to get confirmation from before he can be pronounced the Oba of Benin? These are things that are not written on any paperwork. So what I'm trying to prove, what I'm trying to tell you is that you can be a professor. I don't mind about that. You can be a doctor in history here and there. I'm not criticizing that. But I want to let you know that many of the things that we are talking about today are not properly researched enough to be able to make a proper discussion. Because we, as Usan people, we have also been trying all this while to make sure that our voices are heard in this whole discussion. But the people of Benin have been suppressing that voice that we are trying to make. You can check every industry, every thing that is established in Usan is addressed in Benin, which is not true. So I'm not trying to come here to come and list grievances. Yeah, we're going to run. What I'm going to argue about is that this discussion, there's no evidence to any of the facts that are being presented here that I can see that, this is what is making it obvious. What we know is that the Oba of Benin, the current one, is a lineage that came from Ife. And
Thank you so much.
That's what we have.
Thank you so much,
No
Dr.
problem.
Christopher. That was quite profound. I actually picked up one or two things off what you just said. I think Almira wanted to say something. Almira, please.
No, let me just finish what I want to finish with Busui, so I don't.
All right, that's fine.
Yeah, the Benin Empire began around 1440 when Oba Ewuare became ruler of the kingdom, the first of 5 warriors king to rule Benin. Oba Ewuare rebuilt Benin City and the royal palace borders. Remember, the definition of kingdoms, of an empire. So the expansion, the kingdom expansion began from the Edo-speaking heartland and stretched beyond the river Niger to the present-day Ghana. So
Where
I
you
think
going to
that's
read this
enough.
one? Where go
Sorry,
Ghana to?
let me just respond to you. Let me just respond to you and Dr.
That's what I
Simi.
just said. Go reach Ghana. Can you imagine that?
So let me just quickly say this, So first, let me quickly say something to Dr. CEO. Dr. CEO, please. I I get where you're coming from, but I think you're shooting yourself in the foot, and I'll tell you why.
Okay.
There's the assumption that there is no documentation, a correct documentation of Hussein, and I'm sorry, that is wrong.
No,
When you
that's not
say
what I said. You are misinterpreting. You are
no, I'm going somewhere. I'm
misrepresenting
going
me.
somewhere. So you
Thank
said.
you so
So you
much.
said.
Lucy,
Yes.
so sorry to cut you off. So sorry. Please hold your thought. Almira wanted to say something. She actually requested to speak before you. So we have to literally moderate it by, So please just wait for Almira to submit and then you can have your conversation with Dr. CEO. Thank you.
That's all right.
Yeah. I just want to address something. I've seen. First of all, you guys in the comments, like, leave Joshua alone. Okay, everybody is just giving their submission. We are educating ourselves. Nobody is 100% accurate. We are just learning. He never said he's perfect or he's the all-knowing. So, guys, leave him alone. And yeah, what I wanted to say is this here. I've seen a lot of people. It's so funny. The reason why I'm saying this, Ola Bola brought out an evidence of a white man. And mind you, it's not just a white man. The man is an archaeologist. And people were like, oh, he's a white man. Let me tell you this. An archaeologist, whatever findings they bring out, whatever findings they discover, they bring it out. They don't care about your feelings. They don't care where you're from. Even with their own white people, they will put it in their face. This is the evidence we have. They bring it out. And I will give you another example of an archaeology, what it does. We can see more than that the Arabs are occupying Egypt and some Romans are occupying Egypt, and Egypt is being claimed by Arab people. When archaeologists came, when they did their discovery, they discovered that the real people of Egypt are the Nubians, and they brought it out and say, these are the real people of the Nubians, okay? They are the real people of Egypt. We don't care about your feelings. This is what we care. Another example I will give you again is the great city of Zimbabwe. As at then, Zimbabwe was like an empire. Before the archaeologists came to do their discovery, a lot of people believe that black people were not able to build any civilization, that the person that built the civilization of Zimbabwe was King Solomon. But when the same white archaeologists came, they discovered and they realized that it was the Shona people of Zimbabwe that built the civilization. So archaeologists just know that whatever history they bring is fact, because they don't just go and say, let me do. They carry out ancestral DNA. They do different things to bring out their facts. So it has nothing. And those white people talking about, they are not Yoruba, they are not Igbo, they are not Ijo. So why would they lie on your history? It's what they discover they will bring out, because it's your history. They are not related to you. They don't know you. So fact is fact. History is history. History can never go wrong. Okay, history is history. I don't know where you people get that thing from. That because the white man, that means the history is false. No, history is history. Whether it is white man or black man, as long as the archaeological evidence, that evidence alone is the facts. As long as, let me tell you, I think you people don't understand what archaeology means. So as long as that thing is archaeological evidence, is a fact, whether it's brought by a white man or a black man. Because when you, let me tell you how they do archaeology. If Joshua, for an instance, come and be like, oh, the first person in Warri is an Ijo man, another scientist, different set of scientists will go and do that same research to prove if what you are saying is a true. Because what you said might just be a theory. Then when they go and do their research and do everything, they will prove it as a fact, which means that a lot of scientists have done that same research and they have discovered it to be a fact. That is when they will now bring it out as an archaeological evidence. It's not like maybe one white man will just sit down one day and wake up and he will just go and say something and then they take it as a fact. No, even Nigerian scientists themselves, from the same parts, they will add them to the research. They will do the research themselves, and these are the people that will come out and bring it out that this is a fact. And also, I say something about Oramian, who named Benin people Ile Benin, and Joshua was telling me that is I don't know if you forgot though, but he was telling me that it's not true. But I think you can see it here. Oramian was literally the person that gave Benin the name Ile Ebono, which means the land is angry. You understand? Now, when the Portuguese came, when the Portuguese came, they mispronounced the word as Benin. That is when they have the adaptation of the word Benin. It was never called Benin. And I also told you that after Oramian left, he put his son in rulership of Edo, which is the name is what did they used to call it? Eweka. I don't know if I'm pronouncing it weird. I think it's Eweka. I don't know if it's a Benin word. Yes, he put him as king. You understand?
Okay.
The land of vegetation is still the same thing as angry. It's the same thing. It's just an English vocabulary. It all mean the same thing. Okay, I don't know if you people are this educated. It's all the same thing, just English vocabulary. Okay, vegetation or angry, it all mean the same thing. So that's what I'm saying. So Yoruba and Benin, they have the same culture. Just like the Ishekiri people, you can still trace their history, the Yoruba history, back to the Ishekiri people. The Ishekiri people know their roots. They know some are connected to the Yoruba people. So I don't even know why this is even a topic. And Olabola also talked about Benin people learning. What did he say they were learning from Yoruba? I think bronze something something. Ola, please, can you emphasize on that? You were talking something about bronze, that the Benin, I forget what you were saying.
Wait,
Olabola.
Amira, before Ola comes in, Busui, I will send you the link to what I
Yeah.
just read, so it doesn't look like I'm just reading from air. If you care for Busui, I will send you a link to it, so you might read more and maybe understand where I'm coming from.
Can I just respond to this and maybe then Olabola can,
Yeah,
yeah.
For on the aspect of the broadcasting, I just did my research and I realized that it was actually the Yoruba people from Ife. That is when Benin people learned broadcasting from. When I left here, I just said, let me go and do some little research on Afric.com. And it is just the fact. You can still go and do the research yourself. Yeah, that's all I have to say. Yeah.
Amira. Busi, I dey wait for you, sir. Your
All
rebuttal. I
right.
want to hear your rebuttal,
So
sir.
yeah, so quick one. Be careful where you get your sources from because it
Okay, sir.
can reduce the conversation to a beer parlor discussion. So,
Yeah.
if for instance, I'm bringing out books, I'm telling you where to, the books you can read, I'm giving you sources, and then you tell me there's a newspaper article, which is not a problem until I find out who exactly wrote that thing. I discovered that I didn't even have to bother myself. We already know who wrote that article. So the thing is, a person can wake up one morning and say, listen, my father's compound was an empire in the 12th century AD. And then you ask evidence, then say, I don't feel I give you. That is not, it's not peer-reviewed journal. There's nothing to back it up. It's just a person's claim. Again, see,
It's
this
not.
doesn't
No,
even,
this is not a person's claim, Busi. It's not a person's claim. That's why I say I want to send it to you so you see it.
my brother, somebody wrote it in Guardian. It's not anything. See, let me explain something to you. So the way this thing works is I have to have a document that aligns with other sources, right? And that's what I was trying to say with what Dr. C was saying. I agree with everything. I agree with the spirit of the things he said. But you see, the way to come to terms with the history of a people is not to just stick to one source. So if I take something from a Gareva, I have some ideas from it. I take something from Talbot, I have some ideas from it. From Bondarenko, I have some ideas from it. By the time you read from different sources, from the Portuguese guys, the Avera, you Divero, you put all those things together, then you cannot make up your mind. So, for instance, there's a book called Intelligence Report on Hussein by the same Marshall who wrote the Intelligence Report on Benin. There are some things in it that would actually help the course that you have right now. But to assume, so let's not assume that, all this thing they just wrote is just people's story. Yes, it will be, some books will be biased towards certain people, but then we have to, it's as if we are reading, see, this research, we're not there, yes, but we have to read from different accounts. What's the tradition of the Usain people? What's the tradition of the Benin people? What did the Yoruba people say? What did the Shekiri people say? Then we now like create this thing where we can now arrive at what we think makes the most sense based on what all of them have said. So I'm not saying, so for instance, if you notice when we talk about Benin, I'm very careful not to even tell you what any Yoruba author. I didn't mention any Yoruba author. I was talking about what the Benin people have said. If I want to do on Usen, I'm not going to tell you what Benin people have said about Usen. I'll ask what Usen people are saying about themselves. So, and the truth is, there are books on Usen as well. So let's not say because Benin people have, maybe they've cornered that Edo state, but trust me, they didn't corner the world. They didn't corner the world of academia. There are many books that actually talk about the truth of what you are saying, and you are very correct about the things you said about Usain. And there are many books that actually will support your claim. So let's not say, they've already have the books. That's just the one for Edo State. Nigeria is bigger. The entire world is bigger. And Joshua, I'm not against you bringing out sources, but my brother, that source is not a source, and I'll tell you why. It's like soup.
The person who came up with that SAUCE is somebody from that place who is trying to prop up his people and tell us how great they are. He cannot give you any document or anything that anybody said to buttress his point. That's what I was trying to say.
I did not. First of all, I don't know. You came in later on, but when you came in, it was in the heat of the argument. You can ask Amira or who else has been here. I can't remember.
There was another lady that was here.
Yeah, there was another lady that was here. I stated, and I even stood on the fact that Edo has been highly influenced by Yoruba culture. While you were not here, Amira can bear me witness. I said, I even owned up to the fact that my own, from my mother's side, my own grandfather has a Yoruba surname, which I told Amira, stating that obviously there's no, what's it called? There's no magic to it. There has to be a certain level of influence, which I said. But when I say Benin was an empire, I stand on that. And I did not rebuttal or shake. That's why I just wanted to let you know. I did not say Yoruba has no influence on the Benin maybe empire or just the Benin culture itself. I don't know I cannot, let me just say, for the arts, I can't talk about the arts because I've not done my own research about the arts. Well, so that's why I did not mention anything about the arts. But one thing I am sure of is, yes, there's a lot of influence in it because lots of languages that my mom's side speak, I hear a little bit of Yoruba because me being born and bred in Lagos, obviously I would know what Yoruba sounds like if I listen to it. So yes, they have a lot of influence, but Benin was an empire. That's what I stand on.
When did the Benin became an empire?
It never did.
1440. I just said it. I said it, Amira.
Benin became an empire in the 11th century.
Not the 11th
and this is just the
20th. I didn't say the 11th century. I didn't say the 11th century.
Suyi, what you just said about 1440 was also something that you found in your search in the Google search. That is,
no, that's not what. That's not. I don't get information from Google and then come on platforms or go to.
No. I'm telling you, because
Dr. C, are you saying I got it from only Google?
No, hold on. You already told us where you got it from. You got it from Guardian.
Not Guardian. BBC. Sorry to.
But BBC, okay.
So, Doctor, the way this thing works is, so let's say, for instance, I find something.
Yeah.
And I see an item like, this makes a lot of sense. So my next work is, which book corroborates this particular idea? So I'm going to have to go look for those books. Now, just because it's printed doesn't mean it's right. So I'm going to now have to ask myself, this person who is writing the book, where is it coming from? The content of this book, where is it from? That will determine, especially with Africa, where we depend on a lot of oral traditions. Like, who wrote this book and from where did they get the data that they have published out here? Then number 3, is it peer reviewed? Are there other people who have checked it, like historians, career historians, who actually checked this work to ascertain whether it was true to the original text and original traditions? That's how you arrive at discussing ancient stuff. So when people say things like, this is what I believe, history is not a religion. History has nothing to do with what you believe. It's about the things that you can actually lay out. Yes, you were not there, but what was the tradition of the people? So if the people say, for instance, the Akala you're talking about, it takes a very stupid person to think a Akala story has anything to do with Oduduwa. Like, you have to be very dumb. Because of all the accounts that you will see, whether it's the one from a Gaiva or the one from, is it Talbot or the other person?
Sorry, you say that again. Say that line again.
I say it takes a very stupid person to think that a Kaladeran has anything to do with Oduduwa. Like, it takes a very deep and a very high level of stupidity to have that correlation. Yeah?
I get you. Direct, simple English. I bet they don't understand what you said. Most people.
Bola, please don't downplay anybody. You don't know anybody's intellect, right? We hear you continue.
Well,
don't worry about that, Joshua. So it takes a very a different kind of it takes a different kind of madness, actually, very high level of insanity, to somehow create a straight line between Ekaladera and Odudua. Why did I say that? Originally, there were two versions, right? Of those two versions, none of those two versions has enough sense to even be anything anywhere close to Odudua, let alone the four versions that came much later. And I know the six. The first version that talks about how, he was trying to, he did not allow his father's wife to get pregnant and then they banished him. You can go into the details later. That one doesn't make sense. The second one was the fact that he actually slept with his mother. How an incestuous relationship or a person involved in an incestuous relationship became the progenitor of Yoruba people takes a high level of insanity. And that's why anybody who comes with the idea of a Kaladera, I don't care who they are stupid. Because what they are doing is to reduce the progenitor of an entire ethnic group to one stupid person who is sleeping around with his mother. And then you have, and then you have the four versions that came up in 1970, written by four different Edo writers. One published a book, his name is S.B. Omorege. Three other people came after him who published in newspapers. The first one was Iyare, the second one was Akenzua, Edo Akenzua, and the third one was Edebiri. The three people wrote the different versions, the four people wrote the different versions of a Kaladera, and none of them still has any sense in it. Whether it was the one where it was Omonoyo that became Oromiyo, or the one where it disappeared from Ugoton and somehow reappeared in Ife, or the one where a single person walked the forest for days in the presence of all these animals and found the way to get to Ife, or the last one where when he got to Ife and they asked him, "What's your name?" he suddenly forgot it and he said, Izodua. And the Yoruba people didn't know how to pronounce that word. They now called it Odudua. Like, people don't think. So the point is, when a person says someone has written it down, this nonsense I just told you right now, because it's absolute nonsense, has been written down in books. The color is red. And so just because people now say, I have a document to read out to you, does not mean what they are saying even makes any sense, let alone that I can even put under scrutiny.
So Busi, if you come down to that conclusion, then how do we now come to your conclusion that what you are saying is right?
All right. So this is how you come to the conclusion. Number one, how early was the tradition that you're talking about? When was it collected and where was it from? So think about it. Earlier I was reading something from a Gariba. What did the Gariba say? Now, you don't have to agree with it if you're not Benin, but what did he say? He collected it from the palace sources. He went to town and collected the stuff. In other words, he was taking traditions of the people. I read to you something from H.F. Marshall's work, Intelligence Report on Benin. Where did he get it from? The traditions of the people. So when the people tell you their story, even if you don't agree, you have to respect their story because that is their story. The difference between what they have done and what you have in the Red Book is that whilst H.F. Marshall and Jacob Egariba thought highly of the ancestors of the Benin people and collected ancient traditions and said this is what they've always believed though, these other clowns are literally just rewriting something starting in the 1970s, it's not even up to 60 years ago. There is no way on earth that any sane person who is reading African history would take someone who is talking nonsense in 1970 above people who have been talking for centuries, having the same story, where there's correlation between them and Ishekiri and Yoruba people and the Portuguese and the British. So I'm going to take their own account. Even if I don't agree with everything, I will take them more seriously than the nonsense being peddled about in the last 50-something years. So that's how you know what to go with.
Okay, so what you're saying is you took from the three different places, the Portuguese, the Europeans, and the native people's side of the story, and you concluded that, okay, this is the story that sticks.
No, that's not what I did. That's not what I did. What I did was to stick to only one source in all of this. And what is that source? The ancient tradition of the Benin people. So how did I get this thing from the Portuguese? Because the Portuguese collected that thing from them. How did I get the one from the British? The British collected it from them. How did I get the one from Egareva? He collected it from them. So what did I do? I compared all the things the British and Portuguese said that the Benin people said, and then I looked at what Egareva said that Benin people have always said, and then I see, are they lying? They didn't lie. Then I went to meet the Shakiri people. What is your own account? Then they tell me their own account. I compare it. There's congruence. That makes sense. So it's different from waking up in 1970, changing the history, and you are the only one who has a version that is totally different from every single person you've ever interacted with. How stupid can anybody be to accept that as even sensible? So that's not how to know history. You don't just wake up, come up with something, put it in the Guardian newspaper, and expect us to go with it.
Please mind your language.
It's not
Mind your
about language.
language.
If they're talking
Please
about your
mind your.
family, you probably will understand. You're not Yoruba, so it doesn't really matter to you. If somebody tells you that your ancestor is somehow somebody who slept with their mother,
Yes, but
then you see how
mind
stupid
your
it is.
language. Mind your
They
language.
didn't
We are
mind their
not
language when they said
fighting
that.
here.
I
Listen,
wasn't fighting either.
nobody is fighting here.
Amira, I
Nobody
wasn't
is
fighting. My voice
arguing
is
here.
like
You
that
just
when I
mind
have
your
that particular
language.
conversation. You chill. I've already said what I wanted to say.
Bosui,
Yeah,
I've
but you
listened
are
to
just
you.
talking about stupid and something like that.
Amira, don't worry.
Ignorance. Like,
Amira, don't
mind
worry.
your
Don't
language. That's
worry.
what I'm
Let's
saying. It's not about insulting.
we're
Okay.
having intellectual conversation. Don't worry. Bosui, no need
Can I
to
say something? It's been
no
quite
need to let the
about an
team.
hour.
Olabola, sorry, just let me just round up. I'll be going now. No need to let the whole topic rile you up. Busi, like I said, everyone has their own portion of the story. You said you have read on every, let me just say, every part of the story, and you pick the people's own more, obviously. Shout out to you for even doing that, for taking your time to do that. It's not an easy task. You're a good historian. You're not just talking from emotion, right? No problem. Olabola, sorry. You can go on, sir.
All right, thanks. So I want to touch on. Can you guys hear me? I want to touch on two things. On the Akaladeron, Akalamagbo. Sorry, Akaladeron, Mulakalamagbo. The Akaladeron one, on one hand, and the Benin Empire thing on the other. So those are the two things I want to touch on. So as regards the guy Akalamagbo, Akaladeron, the Benin people, we can divide them into two groups. We can say, Joshua, I think there's a background noise coming from your end.
Okay, let me mute.
I would appreciate if you mute. Thank you so much. So we can divide the Benin people into two classes. So we can say the one class are the pre-1970. Pre-1970 means before 1970. So Benin people before 1970. And the second class, we can call them post-1970. That is the Benin people from 1970 till date. So those are the two groups I would divide Benins into. So why have I chosen to divide them this way? I have chosen to divide Benin people this way because 1970 is what is the threshold, or what we can call the cutoff point, that divided the people into two sides. So the next question is, why did I choose 1970 to divide them into two groups? Because something monumental happened to the Benins in 1970. So what is that thing that happened to the Benins in 1970? And by 1970 now, I mean roughly 1970 could be 69, 69 and a half, 71, 70. Yeah, well, around that circa. That's what we call it in history, circa 1970. So something monumental happened in that year. That's why the people before that year are a little different from those after that year till date. So the people before that year, they were a people who have continued to maintain their historical traditions the way it was passed down to them by their ancestors. They were proud. They would say it. They would repeat it. They were a proud people. No matter what that history sounded like, they don't care about the way it sounded. All they know is that this is our history, and they held on to it before 1970. Something then happened to the people after 1970, or around 1970. Around 1970, the Benin people began to be shy. It's a deduction now from what I saw in history. They began to be timid about some part of their history. They asked themselves, why is there everything we know and we have in our history, we owe it to the Yoruba people? Look at our monarchy. We call it Oba. The only reason we call it Oba is because we borrowed it from the Yoruba. God. And we hold this Oba very highly. This is our kingship. So this kingship that we have, that we hold very highly, we owe it to the Yorubas. Okay, leave Oba aside. What about the state sword? We owe it to the, what's it called now? We owe this state sword to the Yorubas. They call it Ada, and other variations of it, we call it Ada. The Abere, we call it Ebere or Ebe. Na dem get am. They call stool Akete, amongst other names, we call it Ekete. They call crown Ade, we call it Ede, amongst hundreds of terms and concepts, royal insignias. So what happened to them is that they became a shy people. And they said, you know what? We got to do something about this and change what we can change. There are some things that is too clear to change. You cannot attempt to touch it. People will know that you are lying outrightly. So meaning that when you want to do this change, you won't do a complete overhaul. You would only touch some parts. Therefore, they came together around 1970 and they cooked up what they call Ekaladeran became Oduduwa. So that's how they lie. Why did they cook it up? Because they became a timid people for the first time. Oduduwa, who is from Yoruba land, whose descendant brought the monarchy to Benin, they now changed it and said even the Oduduwa himself is originally from them. He had a different name before Ekaladeran. When he got to Yoruba land, he became Oduduwa. So they changed and twisted that part. So that from 1970 onwards, a new history was born for the Benin people. And the older history was abandoned. At least as regards that part of Oduduwa and Ekaladeran. They abandoned it. A new one was born. And that was how the destiny of the average Benin person was changed forever. Until a new Benin king will come in the future, maybe in the year 2030 or sometime in the future, and the guy will now confess and say, you know what, I want to revert back to what my ancestors used to say before 1970. Until then, the Benin people will remain a people with a distorted history. So that is that about Ekaladeran. But this lie that they lied in 1970, it will not really fly for the rest of the world. The rest of the world continue to look at that lie and laugh. Historians look at it and they have a good time laughing. The Yorubas look at that part and we have a good time laughing. The Shekiris look at it and laugh. What about the British? They laugh. Portuguese laugh hard. Usa, they laugh. Oyo laugh. Ife laugh. Everybody just like... Ijo, they laugh. Everybody around is just mocking that. If you want to even lie, maybe you will lie the one that we don't know. We already know this one is too popular. So why are you trying to change it? It doesn't fly. The Baba of Benin himself, in his coronation, he knows that, this thing I'm saying, they will laugh at me. Guess what he said? On his coronation, he proceeded anyway to do that twisting. But when he was done twisting that part, he now warned Benin people. He gave them a strong warning. He said, this history that I'm twisting today, I'm not quoting word for word. Some of this part is correct. I have twisted some parts. That I twisted, Benin people, don't go out and be saying it too. If you want to say it, only say it within Benin Kingdom. He himself gave that warning. I can play the video. Again, I did not quote him word for word, but he gave a caveat. Immediately after narrating that twisted part, he quickly followed it up with a caveat. A caveat that he directed to his people. That they should do whatever they want to do about that twisting within the four corners of Benin Kingdom. So that is that about the Akaladeran that supposedly become Oduduwa. If Akaladeran truly wants to become Oduduwa, if he really likes to become Oduduwa, then he must have something. He must have a power to time travel into the past. He must know how to travel back into the past. For example, this is 2025. I am Olabola. I'm living in 2025. I'm alive. is there a way I can time travel and go back to the year, let's say the year 1825? How can I go back to 1825? Technology has not advanced to that point today. And certainly there has never been any such technology. But Akala Magbo or Akala Diron, he needs such technology to become Odudua. You know why? Because Odudua had lived about 2 centuries, roughly, at least more than 1 century before Akala Magbo was born. So how can you say you are one and the same person as somebody who had lived almost 2 centuries before you? For that to happen, you must be able to time travel back into the past. And when you now get back into the past, you now enter that person and become one and the same person like a sausage. But he did not have such technology, so he has failed to become Odudua. So that's that on Akala.
Thank you so much, Olabola. Does anyone have anything to say to that? If not, 25 to life. You've been so quiet. Are you there? 25 to
I
life?
want to say something.
Go
You
on,
guys are here
Amira.
talking. Do you know our
Yes.
king is not the most handsome king in all?
Okay, if you would allow me, maybe later. If you would allow me, maybe later. I want to say something about the empire.
Our Olu in Nigeria now has the most teas. Look at our king with teas. Our Olu for years teas. He's looking punky. Not those old king, oh, fresh boy.
Amira, please. Are you not supposed to? Oh, Lord, I beg.
I'm talking to Olabola and Busui. You don't know our king now is the most handsome king in Nigeria. Go and look at our Olu. He's very fresh, oh, fresh
But
boy,
please,
fresh. He has
Are
can
you
I say,
shaking
teas.
me, Amira? Are you shaking me?
please, can I speak? Can I say one small thing?
I'm shaking you,
Ola,
my brother.
Oh, okay, nice.
Ola,
I'm not the one talking. This so
please.
wait, let me ask if they allow me to make the second submission, or
No,
I should come
please,
back.
before you move forward to the second one,
Hold
let me
on,
just quickly
let me
ask you.
ask them if they would allow it. You can then.
Okay.
Go on, just wrap it up. Just
Okay.
make
Yeah.
it
So
quick
what
so
I
we
want to
can
say is
settle it.
it's a fresh submission. So I will just wait
Yeah.
for that one. So I'm
Okay.
done with Akalamagbo. I will come back to Benin Empire, whether it's an empire or not an empire. But in the meantime, I think CEO wants to ask me a question.
You that is the point where you made that the change of character of behavior actually started in 1970. One point that you actually missed out, which you didn't mention there, and I thought you were going to mention it. If you look at that 1970, why I think you are very right is because look, that 1970 is when University of Benin was created. Okay.
Oh, maybe this is part of the whole thing.
Uh-huh. So that is what I was saying just now when I first made my submission. When you go, you check it. It is because that University of Benin was the tool that the Edo people used to twist every. It's not only in Nigeria. When I mean, I followed the analysis you made. They are quite cogent, and I follow them through. But then I thought you were going to touch on that point. You didn't. So, but go and check. That is where the tool came into their hand, and they fought very vigorously for it. University of Benin started in the year 1970. Was established in the year 1970. And from that time on, the Edo people never wanted any other area to have a university. It was a fight between Ambrose Ali, who now forced a university of Bende State, formerly Bende State University, to go to go. What is happening? That's just the only thing I just want. So when you are making your analysis next time, check what I've just told you now. Probably you can include it into it to make your point properly rounded up. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that important point. Thank you.
Is that all?
I don't know why Benin people. Okay.
Go on, Almira. Go on, Baba.
Yeah, I don't really want to say something important. I just say that everybody here, they're just serious. They're not even smiling. Like, you guys be taking it easy, okay?
If you're
Oh,
making
I
it,
don't know why the Benin people, I really don't know. Is it that our education have failed us, that a lot of our youth, they don't even know? Like, these are things that should be taught in school. I kid you not, go to Benin today, an average Edo man does not even know the history of Benin. An average Edo man don't know the history of Benin. All they do about is courtesan and stuff like that. And I think we should go back. It started from the roots. You see where all the confusion start from? Because had it been they were teaching them this, like maybe, let me say, when they are in like grade 7, grade 8 and stuff like that, had it been they have been teaching them this history, I think it would not be this hard for them to understand. You understand? Even their Oba is even confused. I'm telling you, because even the Oba is a Yoruba term. You guys derive that thing from Yoruba people. So what is bringing all this confusion? We as Ishekiri, we know our background very well. We are not arguing our background because I think we are mixed with Yoruba and Ashanti tribe of Ghana, because one of the second king in Ishekiri land is King Nana, is from Ghana. But we know our roots because we are bearing Olu. It's also a Yoruba term. So I don't know why they are arguing these things, huh? All what they do is courtesy. People fight up and down. Go to school, be learned, have a degree. You understand? You understand? That's what I'm just. He said Ashanti. Ashanti is a tribe in Ghana, like Ashanti tribe. One of our king is Nana. When he came to Warri North, the place is called Koko. When he met there is a lady. She was called the dancing lady. I forgot her name actually. So she was one of the first female king we had in our kingdom. So this lady left the kingdom. He left Warri. She went to fight war because she's a warrior. So before she returned back, she realized that our people have crammed a Ghana man as king. like
Vera, please stop. I just beg you, please stop, please.
her connection is gone so bad. It's lagging.
It was a perfect time for her
Yeah,
to
that was
talk.
just in time. Yeah, that was a good time for the connection to be gone
All right.
because
Do you have anything to say to what she was saying then? Let's keep it respectful though. Thank
yeah,
you.
so I mean there's nothing to say about people can already tell like there was no Ghanaian who became king in the
Okay.
kingship of Shakiri has been the lineage of the Warri people. So on Benin Empire, as promised, if I'm allowed to proceed now, I'll just go to that.
Okay, so
So I hope that guy. I really hope is listening now. He moved down. So when we say a place is an empire or no empire, especially a kingdom that was prominent before Nigeria was formed, I'll say it one more time. So there is a kingdom that has been founded, obviously, before Nigeria. The kingdom had its rise and its fall. So meaning there was a time when that kingdom was at its high. So after the fall, we entered into a modern period. Now, in this modern period, me and you, everyone here, we are alive now. We are now looking back at the history of that kingdom and we are trying to judge. This kingdom, we were not alive when it was at its high. We were not alive when this kingdom was at its greatest. But still, we want to judge based on information that has been passed down. Now, the question is, are we judging whether this was actually an empire or not an empire? Remember, we were not alive during the highest point of that kingdom. We are looking back in hindsight to now judge. So, such judgments, when you were not present, when the kingdom was at its high, you were not there. Such judgment afterwards is usually subjective. No matter the level of information you want to pull together, the question you ask around, they would give you information. But to now come to a conclusion of it was an empire or was not an empire, there is some level of subjectivity that comes into that judgment. So this is why I personally don't rely so much on people judging after the fact, after the event. I would rely more on people who are judging while they were there present during the highest period of that kingdom. So if you were present while the kingdom was at its greatest, you were there, you witnessed it, you went in there. Not only were you alive, you were alive and you went there to see things for yourself. Whatever judgment you draw, that would carry much weight for me than people like me and you who were not there. We are only judging after the event to say whether it's an empire or not. So it will be difficult. So now what I'm doing here is this. I'm trying to draw up a criterion to say, if you go on the internet now and ask internet and you type Benin Empire on Google, you're going to see different results. These results that you would see, some would say, sorry, it's not an empire, it's just a kingdom. Some would revert you back and call it kingdom, even though you started with the word empire. Some would revert you back to kingdom. They would say it's a kingdom. They would say it's a kingdom. And some would say, well, not only is it a kingdom, it is actually an empire. So in other words, you're going to find two types of results. Some would just leave it at kingdom, while some would take it further to say this is an empire. So why are they... Somebody is unmuted. Let's enjoy their noise for a moment.
King, can you please give me full moderation? Thank you, because Adalto, please mute. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So the reason why we have these two types of results is because all of these people, all of these websites, all of these pages, all of these university scholars, they were not present at the time and they're judging. And they are judging honestly. Some would judge and say, well, from what I have read, it looks like this is an empire. While some would say, this is a mere kingdom. So different kind of judgment. So you will indeed see some, the point I'm making, you would indeed find some sources that will call it empire. But those are not the type of sources I want you to put all your effort or your energy or your power or your, rely so much on dependable 100% because they are after the fact. My approach to judging properly is as follows. My approach is to say, who was there when this kingdom was at its height? You list those people, person A, person B, person C, person D. They were present when this kingdom was at its highest. Now, it means that they saw this kingdom during its height. So what were the inferences they drew? So their own inferences is what I would judge by. Of course, they're going to tell you, oh, it's a great place, beautiful, fine, broad. That's not the point. A place can be beautiful, fine, broad, and the word empire is not spelled out, especially from people who have empires back home where they come from. If they have empires back home in Europe and they came to West Africa to observe a particular place called Benin, they can tell if this thing they are observing matches the standard of what an empire is based on what they have back home. So, indeed, people have gone into Benin to see Benin. But in my opinion, I am still looking for those eyewitnesses who went to Benin during its height, who regard it, especially resoundingly, as an empire. EMPIRE.
All right. The thing is, we need to actually round it up. I don't mean to cut you off, but it's a panel full of people, so we need to circle it so that we can make it a whole conversation. Do you understand? So please round up so that we can give other people a chance to speak.
Sure,
And
sure.
I
just don't want to speak for the sake of people hearing my voice and then rush through it. Okay, he has spoken. Yes, everybody has spoken, but we can't take anything from anybody. What we've just done is that we've shared microphone and everybody has spoken, but we don't get anything from. So I just want to make my point as clear as possible. So when people are responding to me, they have something to respond to.
Understood.
So those who went into Benin at its height, they came out not regarding it as an empire. The word empire is not spelled out. So for me, in that case, I would say, well, I don't care what people who did not go there say. I don't care. I care so much about what people who went there did not say. And they did not spell out the word empire. Unless someone will show me now, then I will say, okay, it was indeed an empire. I need the words EMPIRE. I don't want to hear whether it's great. I don't want to hear whether, oh, they have a king. I don't want to hear whether the citizens are plenty or they eat good food. The word EMPIRE is what I want to check. Pre-colonial height, eyewitness, not somebody who was writing from another part and did not go there. You must be there at its height. Thank you. And if you do a contrast with Oyo, for example, guess what? Oyo also has its height, the highest period, the greatest period. Some observers who are eyewitnesses, they went into Oyo pre-colonial days. They were there, they were present there. They saw things with their 2 eyes. And guess what? They noted it down immediately. That this one, we were here. We saw it with our 2 eyes. We were not there after the fact. No, before the fact, before the place collapsed and crashed and ended. We were there. And indeed, what we saw is an EMPIRE. There are pre-colonial documents for that from people who were in Oyo at its height. And they said this thing that they saw is an empire. In fact, it wasn't even really at its height. It was still in the imperial age, but it hasn't crashed. So even at that, they said it's an empire. So imagine what it was when it was at its greatest. Yeah. So that is the approach I want people to adopt when they discuss this empire thing, rather than go on Google and see who writes empire and who did not write empire. Those are people writing after the fact, post-colonial. Thanks.
Thank you so much. I don't know who's next to speak. Adalto, you just came back. Almira, do you have something to say?
Yeah, I think I wanted to say something
Okay.
because I'm
Yeah.
saying he's literally just telling me that Nana never ruled. So I want him. I don't know where he's bringing his proof from. So I want him to say something. You can go to Koko literally, Warri North local government area. You can go to Koko literally. There's even
You want me
a
to respond to
town,
that?
like let me not say it's town, a particular place named after Nana. They call it Nana. Up to today, their descendants is still fighting for ownership of cocoa. You're arguing
You want me
like
to
I really
respond
don't know
to
what you're
that?
arguing about.
Okay. Host, can I respond to that?
Adalto came first, so please hold your thoughts. Let Adalto speak first, and then you can respond, Anthony.
Can I just respond? I'm about to drop. My phone is just 3%, I think.
Okay, go on, Anthony. Sorry, Adalto.
Okay. The last Olu of Warri before the Intericom was what's his name? Ikengbua. Now there was a period of 88 years. There was no king in Warri. That's the Shekiri. Okay, and during this period, that's when Nana came in. Nana was more of a chief, or you could say a governor, which they called him. Not a king, not monarchy, wasn't crowned. There are chiefs who have their own community, and Nana is one of them. It's a chief who had his own community, and Nana is not from Ghana either. Okay? Thank you.
Bro, what are you even saying? The name Nana literally is a Ghanaian name. What are you smoking? Nana is a Ghanaian name. Go to
Okay.
okay.
Let
We
me let
know.
me let me
Just go to
let me
Google
add
right
let me add
now.
this. Let me
Go
add
to
this.
Google. Wait.
I'm sorry. Let me add this. I'm sorry because I made a mistake. I didn't finish what I was saying. Rather, 88 years there were no king in Warri Kingdom. You can go check this until the 40s, where the 40s or the 30s, where they brought Guinea in. That's the first Olu of Wari after the break. His name was Ginewa II. Okay, he had to rename himself after his ancestor Ginewa I. He became the first Olu of Wari after that break. Nana was a governor. After Nana, we had people like Dorenuma. Even before Nana, his Nana father, the name of Nana father is Olomu. That's why you call him Nana Olomu. Whether his name sound Ghanaian doesn't make him Ghanaian.
Yeah.
People were traveling back then. People were going to different places bearing names, okay? People traveled. That doesn't... Nana literally has a father whose name is Olomu. This is not why I'm on this live. I didn't come on this live because of you. I wanted to talk on something else, so thank you.
What are you on about? Okay, you know what? Tomorrow, yeah, I would tell King, maybe on the group, I would tell him, just come here tomorrow because you are so funny. Bro, Nana was literally, he was banished from Ghana when he came over to Cook. And the time he came, what was Warri first called? Like, what was Ishekiri people first called? What was their
Nana
name
was sent
first
to
called?
Ghana in the 20th century.
Wait,
After he was captured by the British.
wait. I asked you a question. What was Ishekiri, like Warri as a general? What was it first called? What are the people first called? What are they generally known as?
Somebody in the comments said this Amira is on Kulos.
Man.
Don't mind this
I'm
boy, he has been
honestly not going to
disturbing me since
respond
on
any
this live
further.
stream.
I'm not going to
Oh,
respond further.
Balogo, why do you have to tell him on the comments?
Bye,
Balogo have
guys.
already typed it on the comments. I just want him to.
What is there? Is it not
Amira, is the guy using style to toast
I'm
you or
also
something?
Shekiri. I'm a Shekiri. Is he wearing now? Which kind of question is that one? I'm not responding to you. Just talk and let's move on, please.
Okay, is the conversation
Thank you very much.
Please, can I comment on what Ola had his last point on the issue of
Please, I don't want
whether...
to deviate the topic. You guys, you can stick on the topic.
Yeah, please. I don't know if Ola is still around to hear what I'm saying.
Dr. Christopher, please hold your thoughts. We've got a Delta that just came on the panel. Let him speak and then you can converse with that. Delta, please unmute. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I appreciate the fact that you allow me to talk. Without deviating from the topic, I should thank everybody who had contributed. Everybody had done very beautifully well. We've learned a whole lot of history tonight. Our libraries and our brains are getting bigger. I would like to talk about the controversies surrounding the Benin versus Yoruba origin. I think that the problem started from the generations of youth who actually went on disparaging their ancestors. How do I mean? Historians who have spoken on this platform have given insight into the proper histories, quoting from different books. We, as historians and people who are trying to emerge as historians, would not choose the book that suits us the most. There are criteria with which we can say, okay, this is beautiful, this actually represents these people, or this represents us. It's not like, no, because we don't like the face of the person who had written it, we are just going to discard it. So that being said, so I started from saying that the reason why we have all of these controversies today, because the controversies had not always been there. The controversies started in the 70s, and it was started by the youths who felt that their ancestors were stupid and their ancestors were not worth of being emulated because they agreed that they came from the Yoruba people. So coming from a particular race does not in any way denigrate you. It doesn't mean, coming from a particular ethnicity doesn't mean that you are a lesser people. You have reasons to count your gains from that ethnicity that you have come from, and then you can then start leveraging on the gains that you have to further your emerging kingdom, so to say. Now, the people who came in the 70s from Benin just felt that maybe because Nigeria had happened, because most of all of these things, most of all of those histories are changing because Nigeria happened. And I would draw inference from the Yoruba people who are not in Nigeria. Today, Yoruba people who are in Benin, Togo, some in Sierra Leone, some in the Gambia, are coming back to say that we are Yoruba people. That then shows that Yoruba people don't actually go to say that we own these people. No. That's the difference between Yoruba people and some other people who are trying to own everybody. Yoruba don't say we own or we are these people. No, Yoruba don't say that. Those people come back to say that, no, we have traced our roots and we know that our roots is in Ife or our roots is in Ile Ife. But some people along the line, out of inferiority complex, felt that whatever his name was, shouldn't be respected because his parents traveled to Ibadan at some point, which wasn't bad. In areas like Akure, Ikere, Ado, and the rest, the Benin people who traveled way back to those places to trade are called Ado. So you then have Ado Akure, Ado Ikere, Ado. Ado is different from Ado. They call them Ado. In fact, they have, those kingdoms have a chieftaincy title meant for them. They are not a palace chief, but somebody who needs to control them and probably gets a kind of diaspora remittance for their king or something they can use amongst themselves to alleviate their lives. So Yoruba do not think that we should claim them. No. The reason why they were coming to Yoruba land was because Yoruba land was more like a free trade zone to every other person that appears to be like a subgroup to the Yoruba people. So Yoruba was not trying to own everybody. But unfortunately, the youth or the people that grew up or that were around the Benin Palace or in the Benin city around the 70s felt infuriated that they have come from this, where in their minds supposedly this great ethnicity that we think that we should have been greater because of the Benin bronze. They felt that because the only thing that made Benin supposedly great is the bronze heads, nothing more. The story of the wall just arose recently. It has not always been there like it's been there from antiquity. No, that's not true. So, and there are historians on this platform that can attest to that. So they felt that because of this bronze, most of them didn't go back to check where the bronze technology came from. Yoruba had smelted irons, bronze, and every other metals way back before it started in Benin. I think Olabola spoke about 14th century of the Benin bronze smelting and all of that. And if you look at what Yoruba people have been able to do with iron, there is a place called Iwani in Yoruba land, then, which means that Yoruba people have been, and that Iwani place around is in Oyo State right now, in today's Oyo State, because we don't discuss Yoruba with the new creation of states and all of that. But then, because of the bronze, they now felt this appears like a greatness. Should we not then start thinking that we are greater or better than these Yoruba people who our ancestors had always agreed that bet us? And for me, I think it's a disrespect to their forebears. I think it's a disrespect to their, to their ancestors. Because if your ancestors had agreed that we are from a particular place, we migrated, and the heads of Oba of Benin, the third, usually it's not all of the heads, but usually the third heads are always being buried in Ife. That which shows a kind of homecoming. Is not for me. I do not see it as a superiority tussle. It's more like a homecoming. Like, okay, I'm the head. The head goes back to the place where the head was bet. But today, from 1970 up until now, the children those ones gave birth to then decided that no, we are not going back to that Yoruba people, because we should start preaching that we are greater because we have a particular bronze heads that felt to be so popular. That all of those things are not coming from any written document, because the Yoruba people had several written documents about them. Somebody's mic is unmuted, and I think it's causing something.
Mr. Patrick, can you please mute? Host, can you? I can't mute people on my side. Host.
I'll check your access. I'll check. Well, you should have all your full access, but I'll check now.
Okay. Because I need
so quickly. Let me round up now. Yeah. So for me, I think it's a disrespect for us to be discussing this kind of controversies at this time. It's a disrespect to the ancestors of the Bini people who had stuck to one particular historical line up until 1970. I think the people who started this shenanigans in the 70s have disparaged and denigrated their ancestors and their forebears for saying that whatever their forebears had held in high esteem has been rubbish. And that's my submission. Thank you very much, and I appreciate it.
Thank you so much, Adato. Dr. CEO wanted to speak to Ola, and then after that, we're going to have to take it back to... Actually, we've got Mr. Patrick, after. So, Dr. CEO, please.
Yeah, just very quickly.
Anthony, sorry. I thought you were engaging with the lady that just left. So.
Yeah, sorry.
Go on, Dr.
Okay. Can I go on? Yeah, just very quickly. I mean, I don't know, because my English is no longer my first language, so sometimes I'm not able to express myself very clearly in the language in English. I should be able to.
Okay.
But
I'm sure
I
you
hope
can always express yourself in any language. Most people here would understand you anyway. But
if I speak Dutch, would you understand me?
We will try and fix it. We'll do
Okay, let me go on with in English. Also, the issue of the Edo or the Benin an empire or not. No, the fact is that the Benin was never an empire. In the proper definition of what an empire is, but because at that time the Benin people were actually along there were many towns and villages that were along the River Niger area, where most of those where the Benin people actually captured a lot of slaves that they shipped and used to work for when they were working for the Portuguese, and that they finally sent abroad. But the problem is not that only. The problem is that the Benin people were not able to trace the dynasty without a connection to Ile-Ife. So we have to choose. They have had to choose between calling mentioning the Benin dynasty and making Benin an empire. So they chose for an empire because the dynasty will have been perfectly okay, but with that, unfortunately, they will have to, connect to Ile-Ife. So, and all of this started in the same time that the University of Benin started. And if you check Dr. Eweka and all the other people that you have, they all studied history from there just because of this whole thing. So it's a well-planned discussion, and it's a well-planned strategy for them to be able to get out of the mess in which they have gotten themselves into. I quite agree with what the last speaker said. There is no need to be ashamed of your origin. But the problem is that, the Benin people will say in Edo language, Oba Nyato Yase Webo. To say Oba of Benin is the owner of the land from Benin even to abroad. So those kind of high titles that they give to themselves, the Oba before this one, the father of this present Ewari II. Look at the title he gave, Aku Okpolo. I don't know how to pronounce all of that one. He, established those whole things. And his own uncles, he and his uncle, they all studied history from there.
Can you say it again? Oba Nyato. Say it slowly. I want to write it down.
Yeah, they say Oba Nyato Yase Webo.
Yase, can you spell that Yase Webo?
Yase, that is till after.
Spell first before the meaning. Let's do spelling and then we'll go to meaning later. Yase.
Yeah, Oba Nyato Yase Webo. Yase is one word, and then Webo.
Okay.
So Yase Webo, Oba Nyato Yase Webo. So that is the issue. So they are not able to trace. There's no way they will have been able to create a dynasty.
So what does it mean, sir?
What do you mean?
What does it mean? Oba Nyato Yase Webo.
It means that Oba is claiming that he is the owner of the land from where Benin exists to after Benin to the land of the white people.
Okay.
That's what it means. So those are the claims that they were making. So, but they have had to make a choice between straightening out the dynasty, but they couldn't do that without touching on the Ogisos, without touching on how they came from Ile-Ife. But if you look, for example, on the dynasty of the Ufekekere, which is Usen, where I come from, the dynasty is clear. And it was mentioned as far back as 1939, I suppose, by one of the British archaeologists, that the Usen dynasty is one of the most vibrant in that period. And they also mentioned there that Usen was the link between Benin and Ile-Ife. You will find all of these things written there. But what I was saying in the beginning is that the Edo people have tried as much as possible. I'm not saying that there is no information about this whole thing, but they have tried as much as possible to suppress many of this information coming out. Because if their people have been able to read these facts or have had access to this information, they will not be behaving the way they are behaving now, because it's a big argument here. When I'm discussing with an Edo person on this issue, they will just stand up and say, no, I don't want to discuss that, which is actually a pity for an intellectual. Okay, that is it. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Ola, do you have anything to say back to that? Or should we take it to Anthony, because Anthony said he wanted to say something?
Nothing.
Okay. Anthony?
Yeah, good evening, everybody.
Good evening.
What's up, Busi? Part before she started asking me questions then. So for the Benin, whether Benin was an empire, like Olabola said, there are some write-ups you see where they call it an empire. You see some call it a kingdom. It's interchangeably, they interchange them. And if we look at it like from cultures or tribes around Benin, looking at the eastern part of that region, I would say it's an empire. I will understand why it's being called an empire. And these are my reasons. Now, the Urobos, for example, like firstly, what's an empire? An empire is a huge expanse of land, multiple kingdoms that have one supreme monarch that they bow to or they respect or they adore whatsoever. A monarch, it's just something that over around a particular monarch that is head of all. Now, when you go in, like most of you have been talking about the Benin people that moved to Ondo and all of that. That's not the only places. Let's look at eastern part of Benin. So when you go to the Urobos, you go to the Ika side, you go to those places, you see that there are kings there that do pay homage to the Oba. There are people there who have kings that call the Oba their king. You know, that automatically makes that Oba a king of king. That is an emperor type of shit, you know. So you see this, when they do the Igwe festival in Benin, you see kings from these regions coming to the palace to bow to this Oba. You understand? Now, Bola gave a beautiful example where he said, okay, the people who came at the peak of this kingdom, they did not say that it was an empire. Now, who were these people he was talking about? The Portuguese, for example. The question then would be, where did the Portuguese go? Did the Portuguese meet the Urobo people? No, they never met the Urobo people. Malaria will finish them. The Portuguese never met the Ika people. There's no data for that. The Portuguese did not go eastward. That region was malaria, was the center of malaria. It was like their burial ground. The time they started getting to that region was the time of the British. Even when, like the Nana stuff Amira was trying to talk about, the Nana stuff, it was, Nana was serving as a middleman for the British and the Urobo people. So these people were not even reaching the Urobo people until some guys went down through the Niger and realized they can actually use quinine and fight this malaria and start exploring this land. Then they fought many of these rulers that were controlling the middleman trades along the bight, and they started interacting with these regions. So the Portuguese did not encounter these people. But these people, till this very day, their monarch do call the Oba, bow to the Oba and call him a king. That, for me, would be a reason why I would say some people call this place an empire. That's one. Then for what Mr. Dr. CEO, man, I really love what you were sharing. Like, I think I don't have any issue with what you're saying. I just want to push something further what you're saying. And this is to Busui. I think there are some cultures in Nigeria that do not have enough documentation than some other cultures. For example, the Yoruba culture. Yoruba people, through Lagos, they got very exposed to the British people. Now, this might be me begging or whatever. Leave it. I'm just stating what it is. They do have a lot of, they became westernized on time, or as some people will say civilized, I'll call it westernized. They became westernized on time, and they started documentation early enough. And there were some regions in Nigeria that were still hostile to these Western cultures, you know. For example, the Igala people, where some archaeologists got there, the Ata of Igala himself told them they cannot dig his land. Because if they dig his land, his land is something sacred, blah, blah, blah. And they didn't. You know, till today, that land has not been explored archaeologic-wise and also documentation-wise. A lot of the things coming out from Igala may sound as beer parlor talk to Busui, but can we really say these are beer parlor talks because they were not documented early enough? Do you get my statement, Busui? So I am saying that there are cultures in Nigeria, leave Benin and Yoruba first. There are also places in Nigeria that do not have enough documentation. And if we're dealing with documentation, Ajayi Crowther did crazy stuff for the West. Ajayi Crowther did awesome stuff. When I mean crazy, I mean awesome stuff for the West. And we can see it, the fruit of it this day. You know, you see people coming out from the West. Most of our educated people in Nigeria, most of our westernized people, they are from the Yoruba stock, you know. And that's what it is, okay? And I'm saying because of that, you find more Yoruba history being documented. So, but why am I saying this? I'm saying this that this should not mean that when, like Busui, like when we're discussing this stuff, we should not just be like, okay, where's the documentation? Where was it written? Though that is good, but we should always be aware that, guy, some cultures do not have documentations yet. Like when these Igala people start coming up and they are talking their own story, how can you challenge that? With what book will you challenge that? Or the Idoma people? There are some cultures, their history is like footnote, let's be honest. There's no much work done there. Okay? So that would be my second point. Then the third one will be this. I think the Benin argument, and this is directed to Dr. CEO, I think the Benin argument is more
Okay,
of...
on that note, Anthony, please, the third one, please make it under 1 minute or 3 minutes. I don't know.
Yeah,
Just
the
make it.
Benin... Yeah, I'm rounding up. The Benin argument, from my experience and observation on TikTok recently, I think the argument is usually the origin of Oduduwa. I've never seen a Benin person saying that the Oba did not, Oromia did not come from Ife. I've never heard that. Okay, 2 minutes. Okay, no problem. I've never seen a Benin person saying that the Oba, Oromia did not come from Ife. I've never, or the Hussein story, I've never seen people saying that. Maybe I've not been on TikTok following this history debate stuff for long, but I've never seen that. I think the argument usually is around the origins of Oduduwa. That's where they clash, not the coming of these people. They'll be like, okay, who is Oduduwa? Where is he from? You know, that's where the story is always, they are always fighting around, you know. And there's this Ugbo guy, the Ologbo of Ugbo. There's this stuff, I saw that yesterday where some people were, in the Benin platform, they were putting up where this king was actually making a statement. And I think a Yoruba person might just say, oh, maybe it's for political reason, but he was making a statement that people should go and ask where is Oduduwa from. And that's more of what the Benin people argue about. They don't say that Oduduwa never, Oromia never came from Ife. So thank you. Blessings.
Yeah, so let me respond. Let me respond to the
Okay.
point you made.
Sorry, I know you want to respond. So sorry. But we've got Mr. Patrick that came and he was waiting patiently. So
Yeah, I know. So before we like, let's just trash this one out. So he made something. Let's just respond, and then we go to Mr. Patrick.
what if you write it down and then you can always respond? I don't know. It depends. Comment section, what do you mean? Comment section, should they continue or not?
So I think it's more sequential when we trash one out before we move, rather than let one be in part, go to another person, and then come back to that one and go to the points that one made.
Okay.
I feel like we should just like
let's do that
trash it
then.
out.
Okay, go on, Olabola.
Okay.
Make it
So
quick,
Anthony.
5 minutes.
Yeah, that's the problem when refuting claims. Claims are easy. I just say it. That's it. I don't have any job. Just say it. Refuting it, you would bring evidence to debunk it because you want it to be clear that you are debunking it. When the claims are made, nobody needs evidence to make a claim. They just make it. So yeah, no evidence was made for some of in fact, not for some, for everything he said. Unless I'm mistaken, I didn't listen to when he was reading the evidence, but I didn't hear anything. So let's address those one after the other. Some say kingdom, some say empire. Those were his words. Mr. Patrick, do us a favor. Click that thing called mute, that mic. Thank you. Some say kingdom, some say empire. That's not really what I said. So some say kingdom and some say empire. That relates to people who were talking after the fact. In other words, they were not in Benin during the days when the Benin was great. They were talking afterwards. So those are people like me and you. We were not there in the 1800, 1700, 16, 15. We're not there. So those people who are talking after the fact, some of us will look at it and say this is a kingdom, some would say this is an empire. But I said hold those ones with a grain of salt. I would rather, for me, look for people who were talking while the fact was on ground, not after the fact. And those are people who went to Benin in the great days of Benin. 1800, 17, 16, 15, 14, nothing like 14 anyway. And maybe 14, late 14. So those ones, what do they say? There is no such thing as empire, EMPIRE, to the extent that I know. So that's what I mean. And for the case of Oyo, we have exactly that in the 18 that the Oyimbos went there. Regardless of what you think after the fact, the eyewitness account calls one an empire. The eyewitness account they hold off, and they did not call one an empire. At least I haven't seen. Let me put that caveat. So yeah, that's clear. And it's not Ajayi Crowther who called it an empire. Ajayi Crowther has nothing to do with the account of the Europeans who went to Oyo and observed these places and said this is an empire. Yeah, not Ajayi Crowther. Let's not do that excuse. You said some Benin people that moved to Ondo, that aside those ones, let's even forget about the Benin people who moved to Ondo, you quickly snuck that in. So no, Benin people can move to any part of the world. It doesn't have anything to do with Benin per se. For example, Benin people can decide to migrate to Japan or Europe or Italy for the profession that they do there. It still doesn't mean it's part of anything called Benin. So let's get that clear. So we allowing people to come to Ondo and trade and settle doesn't mean anything. The next one, you said some kings pay homage to your Oba. So therefore, this is an empire. Again, that is still you judging after the fact. What about people who were there, Korokoro? You are saying, don't take this one serious. Take me serious. Me who was not there. I who wasn't there in those days. My judgment should be sounder than those who were there in the days. But we were discussing those days. No. So those kings, today they might look like some great kings to you. And this is the more crucial point. But in the past, they might just be some chiefs of some places. If you want to talk about empire from that light, even if you want to judge, you must have independent kingdoms already, existing independent kingdoms. They were kingdoms of their own, in their own right, almost equal to the Benin King, or sometimes greater than the Benin King, or a little less than the Benin King, equal independent kingdoms. And then somehow the Benin King rose in power and overshadowed them and brought them under control. You might argue that an empire. But when you bring all this Urobo, other kingdom Urobole, they were like chiefdoms because Nigeria gives us an impression that everybody is king. That's why you're saying, no, one king came yesterday, they come and pray homage. Those were not really kingdom. I'm going to touch on the last one. Just hold it.
I literally gave you like a minute extra.
Yeah, because I'm responding, I'll be addressing points that were made.
But like,
almost done.
It's not only you here.
I know.
1 more minute.
I wasn't the one that talked in the last one and the one before that one. I'm just responding. Yeah, let me just quickly do it. One last point.
Please wait 1 more minute.
Yeah, maybe less than that, but yeah, let's do 1 minute. Okay, is this a standard for everyone going forward or just for me? So anyway, Anthony.
Going forward.
Okay. So Anthony, the Portuguese didn't meet the Yorubas, you said. I don't know where you are getting all these things from. So I would advise, guys, let's not be intentionally deceiving people. So this is the thing. When you open your mic to say some things, people might not know whether that thing you are saying, you know it or not. People might not know. But you yourself, you know that this thing I'm saying, I don't know it all. I'm just guessing. Why would you say how does a Portuguese who is on the coast, how does that Portuguese get to Benin? Is there an helicopter that took him from the coast to Benin without getting to the Jaw, to the Urobo, to the Shekiri? Like, come on now. And so even if you haven't read so much, we can still apply logic. Today, if a Portuguese is coming to Nigeria, he might get to Benin before Uroboland because all he has to do is to fly from Europe, aeroplane. But those days they don't fly, they come to the coast. There's no way you want to get from the coast to Benin without passing through. They learned about Benin from Urobo, Ijo, Shekiri. That's where they learned. Those ones are the ones closer to the coast than Benin that is inland. The only way
I'm going to respectfully now ask you to hold your thoughts, and we're going to have Mr. Patrick speak. Just hold your thoughts. We don't have anyone else requesting. So after Mr. Patrick, you can actually just finish what you were saying. Mr. Patrick, please unmute.
Hello, thank you very much. I greet you all. I want to respond to the issue of whether Benin was an empire or not. But let me refer to what Dr. CEO said. Though he started well when he said that probably maybe his own English is not that good or whatever. So I want him to understand that that word empire is an English word. It is not a Benin word, and it is not an African language. It's an English word. So, having said that, I will not go to Mr. Professor Labola's earlier submission, where he talked about that except the people who went there, who saw the place at its greatest height, to speak or to say something, then he will not have to consider. For that, I will refer anyone who care to fact check to check. It's a reference I'm making. I'm not providing anything because I have it here with me, but I just want to make it as a reference. So whoever cares to fact check should go and fact check. There is a work by James D. Graham. What he did, he called it the slavery, depopulation, and human sacrifice in Benin City. So where he wrote many of what those who came, because they collected their data from those who came and the chroniclers who wrote. Most of them wrote in Portuguese. So they translated it into English. So if anyone can go to that or can search that particular work, let me call it again, The Slavery, Depopulation, and Human Sacrifice in Benin City by James D. Graham. In this work, he explained Benin in two categories. One, he called it the Benin proper. He referred to the Benin proper as the mainland where the king resides. That is the land that was war around with what we now call the Benin moat and those stuffs. So that inside the Benin, call it the Benin proper. And that Benin proper, he called it with English language, the kingdom, Benin kingdom. So that's actually the kingdom. Then the second classification he gave to Benin, he called it the Benin state. In explaining what the Benin state is, he said independent provinces that were created and influenced by the kingdom. So then he now categorically called it that is the Benin Empire. Just like Olobola said, EMPIRE. That is what was written in that work, the Benin Empire. So this is not what the Benin people called it. This is not what the Benin historian called it. These documents were not written by any influence of any black person within the Nigerian system. It was written by those chroniclers and other writers who took their collections, the collection of data from those who came and from what they documented in their various languages, especially like the Portuguese, and then translated it and made it. So that is where I rely on as the Benin Empire. So whether anyone accepts it or not, if anyone can fact check, go and fact check. If you want me to tell you the work again, I will tell you again. That's one. Two, I think very many people do not understand the meaning of the word empire. They think it is just about how many those people are. They think, oh, maybe it's just something else. In an empire, there are certain things that must be present. One, ancient civilization. So if you can define what an ancient civilization is, then you can understand the growth of such civilization, how it can be developed into first a full-blown kingdom, not just any society that is headed by, just like somebody rightly said, chiefdoms or community heads. Or no, a full-blown kingdom where you have all political powers, all economic powers, all military powers, every powers within the society or the kingdom under the rulership of one human being, who is the king. So that's the kingdom. Then the second thing you have after the kingdom, it will not be the independent states. This kingdom we are able to create or influence and ensure that they become under them. So that is what defines an empire. Anybody can make any research concerning the word empire. What is an empire? What's an ancient civilization? Secondly, with what somebody, Joshua, or something like that, what he was saying, I think I would just have to add to that. If you look at the remnant of the Benin today, what is now left, which is in Edo State, the 7 local government of Edo South, we now refer to as the Benin place today. If you look at all traditional societies or kingdoms that round them from the east, up north, the west of it, or the southern part of it, every part of it, their history does not stand without having relationship with the Benin kingdom or the ancient Benin kingdom, with the except for the up north, the Igala, we share common history, or not that they share common history per se. In their own history, there is a documentation that reflects the Benins. For example, there is a place, I think a particular person showed it, a statue in those Igala area where a Benin prince was, they had a statue there, and there's a story around it. I don't really know the story, but I was listening from it from the Igala person. Then if you go to the other side, from what you now call the Aniomans up to the Onitsha, you see the system of the Benin, especially the traditional institutions, the leadership institution, reflecting itself in those areas. From their costume, how they dress, their traditional dresses, attires, everything. So, and the Benis never share any of this with the core Ife. Now, if you go to the western part, which is the eastern Yoruba axis, people, places like Idoani and some other communities within, there is still traces of the Benin culture or Benin heritage within those areas, which means that in the ancient times, the influence of the Benin spread amongst or to all these areas. For me, those are the little elements that show that, oh, at a time, this kingdom that has its own center place here has influenced all this region. And these are things that actually define an empire. But the most primary one, which I gave because of what Olabola said, is that anybody can fact check that work. And I will call it again the slavery, depopulation, and human sacrifice in Benin City by James D. Graham. So I think that's all I have to say concerning the issue of being an empire. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Patrick.
And what I was responding to.
You
Apologies
can.
if I'm being fast about it. I quickly wanted to.
Yeah, no, it's all right. Go on.
Okay.
Yeah.
Please, can I?
Oh, wait, Mr. This is CEO, I beg. So this is what I was avoiding. Let me quickly finish up on
Are
Anthony.
you guys engaging, you and Dr. CO? Like,
Yeah, so because Mr. Patrick responded to me, Anthony responded to me, I thought it was
makes sense.
to respond to
All
both
right,
of them.
just make it quick because
Bola is responding to me.
I will try and respond to both two people using the time.
Okay, I'll put a timer. Go on, guys. Thank you.
So, Mr. Patrick, you have to listen very well. I said people who were in Benin during its height, what did they say? Did they call it empire? And then you said, yes. People who went into Benin during its height called it empire. And I said, who is that person? You said James D. Graham. We should check the book he wrote, The Slave Trade. James D. Graham wrote, this is an article, it's a journal article written in 1965. 1965, Benin, there was nothing like height of Benin. Sorry, we're already in Nigeria in 1965. You are going to do something that will take my time now. They will add to my time if you actually interject me. So do that thing that we all did for you when you were speaking. Even though we know you were wrong, we were still quiet. So 1965 is when this article was written, the slave trade. So what does this mean? It means that this person was not writing during the height of Benin. It was writing after the fact. And I already made it clear that after the fact, some people will judge and call it empire. Some people will judge and call it kingdom. This is why I don't want to regard after the fact. 1965 is after the fact. I'm talking of during its height, when it was at its height. Did people go there? Yes. Did they call it empire? No, so far. I hope that is clear. I mean, for anybody. Anthony said that if you look at the map of Nigeria, you are at the coast, you want to go to Benin. Anthony said you will get to Benin before you get to Urobo. So Anthony, we are discussing history, meaning real things that happen, real, not imagined. If it is real, meaning that the Portuguese are real human beings, they were at the coast at some point. They want to go to Benin from the coast. There is no magic. Before you go from Benin to the coast, you would encounter Ijo, you would encounter Ishekiri. I'm sorry, before you go from the coast to Benin, you would encounter Ijo, Ishekiri, Urobo, before you later get to Benin. No matter how you pray to Osanubwa to put Urobo behind Benin, Osanubwa will not do it. You will get to Urobo. They contacted them. Okay, so now let me read something for you. A book that was published in the year 1507, circa. I'll say it one more time. This book I'm about to read was published 1507. Esmeraldo de Situ Orbis by Duarte Pacheco Pereira. I didn't have to go through this stress of reading. Common sense should have solved it. That, wait a minute, there's no way you go from coast to Benin and you won't get to Urobo, Shekiri, Ijo. Please, let's not be lying too much. Anyway, the relevant part says, these and other things we buy. Pacheco visited Benin in the 1490s, and this book came out in the 1507s. These and other things we buy there for brass and copper bracelets. They are all valuable at the castle of S. Jose Damina, where the king's factors sell them to the Negro merchants for gold. The inhabitants along this river are called Huela. I'm going to take that one more time. The inhabitants along this river are called Huela. So who are these Huela? Scholars have looked at it and said there is a palatalization of L and R going on here. So that L should be R. And the H sound is actually a W. So these are the Wera people or Were people that people now call Were or Iwere Wari people. The inhabitants along this river are called Huela. So we've met one people. Let's keep moving. Farther in the interior is another country called Subo. Who are the Subo? All Nigerians know the Subo. Type it in the comments. Further in the interior is another country called Subo, which is densely populated. They were there. They saw it. Here, there is a fair amount of pepper. They know what they have there. There is a fair amount of pepper of the kind we described almost at the end of the 5th paragraph of the 7th chapter. Beyond these dwell other Negroes called Jos. Who are those called Jos? Jos. So all these people are met. There is no way, again, I didn't need to actually read it. There is no way, logic should have settled it. This is why the federal government of Nigeria should pay me for this job. There's no way you want to go from the coast to Benin without getting through the Shekiri, the Were people, the Jaw people, the Urobo people, unless you do magic. So they did meet these people. They were not kingdoms. They are only appearing as kingdoms, some great kingdoms today in Nigeria. But in those days, they were just small group of people, like no centralized wherever. So the king of Benin having control over them, that's what we expect now. A Yoruba guy in that area, so they later have come to have king, doesn't mean it's an empire. Again, what we should dwell on is that in the height of this your Benin, who went in there and came out and called it empire? So far, we haven't seen none. But in the case of Oyo, who went in there before the fact, though, not later? Who went in there and came out and called it empire? The Landa brothers, Clapperton, all of them. Once they got it, they say this one an empire. So we do see now who is an empire. Oyo, Ajayi Crowther was not the one who went to write it. We are talking about the Clapperton, the Landa brothers in the early 1820s. Is there any other point? So they pay homage. Of course, they will pay homage because they later became king, especially in Nigerian context. And you see them paying homage to the only important person in that area. So what do you expect? An empire is one where there are other actual kings, almost equal in rank to you or even greater than you. And somehow you rose and dominated them all over a vast territory. That's an empire. And that's my own judgment, which makes sense. But then if you don't want to trust my judgment, let's go to people who went there. We've seen those who went there in the pre-colonial days, the heights, and they call it an empire, not for Benin. And Mr. Patrick, what you gave us is a journal article. James D. Graham was not in Benin during the height. He wasn't born. He was born during the modern times. It's probably the same age as my uncle. And then he was judging after the fact. this article was published in 1965. I'm talking of people who went there. For people who did not go, like me and you, and like James D. Graham, some of us would say empire, some of us would not say. Let's judge by those who saw it with their 2 eyes and never called it an empire.
Thank you so much, Olabola. Mr. Patrick, do you have anything to say back to that? Or I'll take it to Anthony. Mr. Patrick doesn't have anything to say. Anthony, go on.
Okay, thank you for the time.
Hello?
So for who's that? Okay, go on.
Thank you.
So anyway, it's okay. Go on.
It's all right. Thank you very much. I just want to say something to what Olabola said. First, Graham, he said Graham didn't go there. Yes, that's right. But if you read that particular article, where he collected his data, he took his data from those who went and those who collected data from those who went as well. Hold on, please. So it is, it is you that will decide what you believe or not.
No, I'm not. It's not religion. It's not religion. Show us the actual people who went there.
No, this is what you say. Hold on. This is what you said. You said those who went there.
Exactly. What did
Except
they
those who went
call it empire? Did they call it empire? Simple. This we'll be arguing back and forth on something we can check.
Yes, of course.
So show us. So just leave Graham. So leave Graham and Kuku mention that person.
Hold on. I have to be honest in my submission. We don't need to argue. Graham actually interpreted the documents that were made in Portuguese language.
Interpretation. So show us
Olabola, I would appreciate it if you don't interject. If someone is given a submission,
so we can go because I want to respond. So when is
when it's your time to respond, then you can.
Listen, I am not going to spend a lot of time. I have made references. It's not left for you to fact check, not to try to tactically debunk something you have not even studied. So you can't tell me that somebody who translated from Portuguese to English to write about what those who went, the chroniclers who wrote, and things they explained. You should read the full document, everything he explained from where he got those things from, how they met how some of the chroniclers met those who came, those who now left Europe to go and see what those persons who came back to say, we have seen this kind of thing. So some of these Europeans, they have to leave Europe to go and see for themselves. And most of these people documented what they saw. And in what they saw in various writings, because it was not in English, because it was not the British that first came to Benin. It was the Portuguese. Most of those things were documented. There is nothing Portuguese documented in English. What we now read that is documented in English, the Portuguese account, we are all translated by different writers. So what Graham did was to translate what was written in Portuguese and explain it in English. So it's not left for you to say, fine. He used the word, that's my concern. He used the word empire. The word empire is not a Benin word. The word empire is not a Yoruba word. It's not an African language. It belongs to the English people. And whatever it means, it means what it means in English language. For an Englishman to write, or European who speak English to write and call it an empire, that settles it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Olabola, please hold your response, please. I'm begging. Just hold your response. I just need Dr. Christopher to just chip in quickly, and then Anthony has to speak because he's been waiting.
Okay. It's just a very quick one because the references that Mr. Anthony just, I hope I'm calling the right name, just made is regarding, for example, he mentioned the influences of the Benin in the southwest region of the current Edo state. Well, this is actually the core point of discussion today. Now, was that the core influence of the Benin tradition or of the Yoruba tradition? Because I told you I'm from Usen. People moved from Usen to form UTC. UTC speaks Yoruba. Egbeta speaks Yoruba. Usen speak Yoruba. And Idan, further to the south, and so many other places like that. Now, what we practice and the names of every king, of every chief that is mentioned in Usen is translated in Ife language. Even the names of the Oba, of the chiefs that you have in Benin, like Edohen is Odofin in Usen, Usama is Esama. All these names, they are all from the Ife. So which are we now saying that it is the Ife or the Yoruba culture or the Yoruba tradition that actually influenced those places, or the Edo one? So we need to be clear about that. My submission is that it is the Yoruba culture rather than the Benin that influenced that area. So if we're going to be talking about an empire,